Roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present remotely.
I'd like to note that Councilmember Shahal is attending remotely. And Councilmember Shahal, did you post your agenda timely?
Yes, I did, but nobody turned up to watch the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane. Vice Mayor Cox.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
I'll read the Statement of Behavioral Standards. City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. For those attending this morning in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose any organizations and those that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
So thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is conducting this special meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can join via the Zoom link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number on the agenda on the city website. If you would like to speak on an agenda item during public comment, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand during public comment. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and we will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on the agenda item. Prior to the item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now on to the agenda. So we are here for our 2025 City Council priority session. First, I'd like to thank our library director and staff of everyone here at the library and our city staff for accommodating us this morning in our beautiful Central Park facility. So we're going to be here until 4 o'clock this afternoon. If the public would like to come down, please join us here at the Central Park Library. So thank you, Patty Wong, our city librarian, and all of your staff here as well. So I'm going to turn it over now to our city manager, Javon Grogan, to start the day for us. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, and the public, both here and at home. It's our pleasure to facilitate and host the City Council's 2025 priority setting session. And we have a facilitator for today, Nancy Hetrick from Ralph Tellis. I will have her introduce her team, but really the focus for today is to be a little bit more relaxed and take this time to work through what does the council want the organization to concentrate on in the upcoming 25-26 fiscal year. And so you'll have a number of presentations and a number of workshop activities led by Ralph Tellis. And staff is here for a few presentations, but really toward the end of the day, we want to leave this room with really a sense of where you would like us to focus. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Hetrick.
Ms. Hetrick, very formal. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to all who are joining us, both in the room and joining us online. And I think we're going to pull up a slide deck that we can use to help guide us. I'm Nancy Hetrick with Ralph Tellis. Thank you, Javon, for introductions. I'm joined by a couple of my teammates today. And so Polly Anglad is going to be capturing the conversation and taking notes and helping with one of the activities we have set up for you. And then also we have Jilly Gizicki, who will wow you all as she visually captures the conversation and we can sort of see how things take shape during our time together. And so I want to make sure that you know who all is here to join us and participate. I had the pleasure of meeting with each of you ahead of our time together, and I appreciate you giving me the time. It's always very helpful and insightful as we're putting together an agenda that hopefully you will find to be engaging and productive. So this is a priority setting workshop, but it's also an opportunity to spend time in a less formal structure and setting. It's a little bit formal, but that's okay. Yeah, it's a little bit formal, but this is really an opportunity to explore and to share ideas, share perspectives, to learn something about and from each other during our time together. And I'm hopeful that the agenda we've put together will help to do that for us. So as we get started, there we go. Beautiful, of course, right? Well, I guess I just did the welcome, so we'll just continue our way right along. So I want to start off with hearing from members of council kind of your hopes and expectations for the day. I think it's helpful to share with each other. I asked these questions when we met, what you hope to get out of our time together, and I hope you'll see that reflected in the agenda. But if we could maybe just take a few minutes and we'll just kind of go around the horn here and just kind of share what would success look like? What are your hopes and expectations for our time together today? And actually, I'll open it up and let you, Mayor's going to start us off.
I just want to say that I hope that we will come up with some very realistic expectations and goals that we can achieve in the next year, knowing all the important things that are coming our way between the world events in 2026, our bond measure that was approved. I mean, those two alone are just going to take a tremendous amount of time. And I want to make sure that we are, whatever we do, we're able to achieve. So I'm excited about talking about the things that we need to get done that are, top of mind on our plate.
Okay, and what that looks like over the course of the next year.
Right.
Wonderful. All right, thanks, Mayor. Would you like to go next?
Oh, sure.
We're just kind of going around this way.
I think in my first year here, it will be really a time to observe and kind of understand what the process looks like. I think at the end of any priority setting, I would like to better understand what our collaborative and collective goal is as a city. It's daunting to look at over 40 priorities and say we're going to work on that. So I'd like to identify what is a task, what is a priority, and then I think, establishing that just helps us as we make decisions in the year, point back to that North Star of who we are and what we want to become. But for me, I think this is more of a learning experience right now and an opportunity to better understand.
Great. Well, and hopefully we can have some conversation to distinguish between kind of broad goals, right, and then what that looks like and the distinction between ongoing activities and tasks and goals. I appreciate that.
I've been involved in strategic planning exercises at nonprofits and such, and really the main goal is more the process than the outcomes. It's just really to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that everyone agrees on a certain set of priorities. I prefer that we have more granular priorities rather than apple pie type activities like we'll be fiscally responsible. That doesn't always mean anything. It's like, let's do an infrastructure bond. Let's do a business license tax. That's actually, and if, one of my things is, let's do interim supportive housing. Let's take care of our unhoused population. So more granular, that defines what our morals are, what our priorities are, what our intent is to build this city. So I kind of like more granular type of policies, and the fact that we had 43 items last time, they all can't be done in 1 year, but we did start on a lot of them, like the Benton Brokaw Tunnel. We actually got a grant for that, and so it's not going to be done. It's probably not going to be done for 10 years, but at least we're moving forward. A lot of things need studies, like El Camino Real has been there for 10 years. Related's been there for 10 years. Those things don't get done right away. And the BART tunnel is not going to open until 2038. So, that's kind of my idea, is just let's get on the same page.
Chart the course and then find a way to make progress you're describing. Okay, wonderful.
Along those lines, I think that we should have real priorities. I mean, we talk about what we'd like to do, but that what we'd like to do and putting everything in a bucket doesn't really prioritize anything. I want what we choose to have real effects on the city and residents. I often hear that success is not just being able to focus on the things in front of us, but it often means that we have to be able to ignore the other great ideas, the other great things that are not our priorities. I know that not everyone will be happy with what we choose. We will always leave things on the table, but again, it doesn't mean that we're not committed to doing them. It means that we're prioritizing a few things. That's what I would like to see. We've not had a priority session, a real priority session, to be honest, ever since I've been on council. We've had priority setting days, and that's not the same thing as actual priority setting. So this is what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to collaborating with my fellow council members and mayor as far as trying to find those priorities that are things that we can work and coalesce around to see them done here in the next year or so. And understanding that our staff is definitely, you know, with the things coming forward here in 2026 and things are really have a lot on their plate already. So understanding what's on the plate and what we can do in the next year and try to set some of those things up so we can maybe, you know, whatever the council feels is a priority, that we kind of highlight those things. I did see the report from last year, and there are a lot of things that were highlighted, but hopefully we can coalesce around, you know, a handful, maybe 3 to 5 of those.
Thank you.
We have a lot of goals. The reality is I want to look at where we want to be way down the road and make certain we make those small decisions now so that we don't have any regrets and we don't have any, gosh, we should have moments. So I want to have both a short-term vision of what we can do in a year, but also with a term of what down the road will make good decisions, especially with some of the finances we have to work with and some of the big opportunities and events we're going to have.
Yeah, you've got big things on the horizon, to be sure. Okay, so not losing sight of the long view, but being intentional in the short term. Well, and what I'm hearing is, let's be focused, right? Let's define what that looks like, you know, in action. So we will work our way toward that. You know, part of the conversation and the outcomes from last year, there was a lot. Part of that was because there was so much legacy. And so we were trying to review and talk about the legacy items. And I know that your city manager will reflect on that a little bit today as well. So this is an opportunity to take a deep breath, to say we've got a lot of opportunities, big things on the horizon. What are we going to spend our limited time and resources on prioritizing? And as was pointed out, it doesn't mean that other things aren't important. It means that there's a bandwidth decision that has to be addressed. And so that's our opportunity today, is to sort that out and figure out what are the big rocks, is my term I like to refer to, the big rocks we're going to really focus on and not lose sight of. So when we spoke, I had a chance to, there we go. You know, kind of hear your thoughts. And so, you know, it's a little bit reflected in some of the comments that were just made, but just to kind of get them into the room in terms of what I heard. First of all, wanting to set realistic goals, and this is what you just said, not tasks, but things that are going to move the needle and reflect on a few key areas for the next year. When we come to that, I'll share kind of the areas that emerged through those conversations. Also a desire to work together. And so you'll see in the agenda, we have incorporated some opportunity for that. You know, how is this body together, and who do you want to be as a group, and the direction. Pointing in the same direction, right? So getting everybody, you know, from council through staff, through the budget choices you're going to need to make, aligned, so you can work in the same way. And this is not an easy task. But there are a lot of exciting things on the horizon to focus on. Taking the long view and focusing on the big picture, and then want the city to be positive, to behave respectfully and professionally. And so sort of some expectations was read out by the city clerk when we were opening the meeting as well. And so some hopes for our time together as I heard them in our interviews. So here's our agenda. that hopefully reflects those things. We have a full day planned. As the mayor pointed out, we're scheduled to go till about 4 today, so we have lots to cover. We will try to be judicious in our time and make sure that it's productive and engaging, but lots to cover. So we'll start off with a little bit of context setting and kind of get as you know the landscape into the room, if you will, in terms of the look forward. We will spend a little bit of time on good governance, governing together, what that looks like, the important roles that you serve, but also what are the individual strengths that you bring as elected officials. I just realized I didn't invite our remote council member to share expectations. I don't want to lose.
Raj, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Raj,
here.
I'm so
here.
sorry.
I did unmute myself, but then you continued.
And then I
I said,
forgot.
okay,
I'm
that's
so
fine.
sorry.
Just jump
I
in,
also,
Raj. Just jump in.
I
Please
just
do
want to
jump in.
say,
I'm so sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So what my expectations are, realistic priorities with the consensus building, basically, and keeping in view the challenges we are facing with the economic condition we are in right now. And to me, the fiscal responsibility is very important, and we have to keep in mind what's coming in the coming years, and that is very important. And after all, quality of life of resident is important to me, whether it is short term or long term. That's most important thing. And we have to manage the organization within the means we have, and keeping in view the forecast about our budget. We have to be very diligent in prioritizing what we plan to do. But that's more important is consensus building among all of us and come up with a set of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, please, please feel free to jump in. I want to make sure that we have your voice in the room, and I apologize for moving right along without doing so. So thank you for sharing your perspective. All right. So bringing us back to the agenda. So we'll do some discussion around kind of governing together, and we'll do our best to make sure that Raj is a part of the conversation as we're doing this in the room as well to get his input. Then we will hear updates related to the work that has been underway over the last year, reflecting on last year's priorities that were identified, but also just the big things coming on. We'll also include a budget update and some updates on specific priority items that were included that had been requested, I am understanding, prior to today. And so you'll hear some updates on those. So that will kind of take us out through the morning. It says public comment. We'll have public comment after the context setting also. So we'll have several opportunities, and we'll make sure that we have space and opportunity for the public to engage and share perspectives. So we'll just do a little of our context setting, and then we will have an opportunity for public comment. This afternoon, we're gonna talk about what are those big rocks. What are those things that you want to accomplish in the next year, particularly in light of the big opportunities that are in front of you. What does that look like? And so we'll set that up through your city manager's presentation, and then talk about it this afternoon. Hopefully, find ourselves with some agreement about what those are, and then we will wrap up with some closing thoughts. So that's our agenda through the day. Sound good? Okay, great. So we have some meeting norms, just kind of, we're reminding ourselves that we're in a workshop, right? As opposed to a formal council meeting. So this is a chance to really engage with one another, but some basic principles apply, of course. Listening with respect and making sure you're listening with intention to understand where other people are coming from, not talking over each other. These are all basic reminders. Being attentive, learn something new. That's always a good thing too if you can. In the middle there, really being bold and thinking about the future, but also balancing and grounding that in realistic goals and objectives. And so as we're thinking about this and you're thinking about the resources that are available, we want to be mindful. And of course, the last one is we want to listen for opportunities to agree. Where can we reach consensus? And as we're working through priorities this afternoon, that's going to be most important to see where there's alignment. You might remember from last year, we like to use a tool we call the bike rack. There's a little bike rack right there. It's no bikes. but we might have some bikes that arrive during our time together, and those are items, issues, topics that arise that really need more time, more energy than we have available today. And so when that happens, we have a space up here on the front that we can capture that. Anybody should be encouraged to say, you know what, let's bike rack that one. Let's make sure we don't lose it, but we need to stay on schedule. So we'll capture that there. Polly is, as I mentioned before, taking lots of notes. We'll bring back to you a report of our time together. That'll be included in the bike rack as well. So you'll have a document. So please feel free to take notes along the way, but also know that we will be doing the same. So that's our bike rack. And I think that's all of my basic set of activities. We will also include breaks, not only public comment, but also breaks. So rest assured, but if you're needing one, and you know, I understand, then please feel free to let us know, and it's down the hall to do so. All right, so shall we get started? Okay, cool. All right, let's start off with just kind of thinking about this beautiful city that you love, right? And kind of reflecting on what makes Santa Clara special? What are the things that make it special? And in one word, not easy, what is one word that describes your hopes for the next year? Okay.
What makes it special?
Yeah.
Hometown feel.
Okay. So let's just do the first one first. What are the things that, yeah, let's just do that first one. So what you did. So what makes it special? So hometown feel. What else makes it special?
Our history.
The history, yeah. Rich, deep history. What else? Community. Yep. Opportunity. You can use more than one word for this first one, by the way, too. So, I mean, I appreciate that you... Okay, but there's the opportunity, absolutely, for sure. What's that?
Brief. We're being brief.
We're being brief. Yes, yeah, well done, well done. We will be done by 3:30. No, just kidding. Kevin, how about you? What makes Santa Clara special?
Stick with one word and say diversity.
The diversity, yes.
In everything, the people, the things that you can do, the things that we have, our parks, lots of it.
Absolutely, that's for sure. Sense? History, okay, well, that was hers also, so double down on history and diversity of things to do. Perfect.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, could we have everyone speak a little closer into the mic? We can't hear you.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's that? Hey, Raj, what makes Santa Clara special
Nancy,
to you?
I'm just going to point up all the time. So
Perfect,
that means
okay.
he's there. Okay.
Hey, Raj, what do you think makes Santa Clara special?
Santa Clara is a great city with such a diversity and very progressive.
Okay. All right. Nice. Anything else that we want to add on the list? It doesn't have to just be a 1-4. It can be other things that make
I'll say educated.
Uh-huh.
We have a very high level of education in the city.
Yep. Educated community. All right, what about that next question? This was the one where you're supposed to limit it to one word. In one word, what describes your hopes for the next year?
Successful survival.
That was hyphened, I think is what you tried to say.
Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out.
Successful survival. All right. Okay.
Sustainable.
Sustainable. Okay.
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Love it.
Maybe like coalesce around.
Okay, so coalesce is the word, but with lots of things around it. Got it. Okay, very good. Coalesce,
We have
collaborating.
unique assets like Silicon Valley Power Stadium, which is, most of the other California cities or United States cities do not have.
Okay, so this is something else that makes the city special, right, Raj?
Special, right.
Okay, so one of the additional things that we want to include for what makes it special is you have all these amazing assets, right? So Silicon Valley Power and other things that differentiate. Raj, what about, in one word, what are your hopes for the next year?
Great planning.
Also hyphened. Great planning. Okay. Perfect. So that's,
I'll say survive. I mean, there's tariffs, there's stock market, potential recession. We just have to survive this year.
survive also as hold on, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, wonderful. Yeah, Kev, sorry.
So if I can hyphenate, I would say even more progressive. But if, I guess the single word would be progressiver, but. on the
Progressiver,
side
I
again.
love it. Yeah, just like hyphen, I like making new words up. That's even better.
I just used it and I know how to spell it, so it must exist.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you. I mean, I think it's helpful to get these things sort of into the room and kind of understand the landscape we're navigating and how we're going to wander our way through. All right. So, just a little context setting. During our conversations, we also talked about those things that really make you proud, some of the accomplishments over the last year. And I'm going to apologize because these are going to be off and on, my glasses today, so I can read and not read without turning around. So I asked you, what are some of the things that make you most proud from the last year? And there were a number of things that I kept hearing about. There were, I'm sure, other things you may want to bring up, but let's talk about them. So first of all, an appreciation for the professionalism of staff. And I think that's really important to highlight and for people to hear that. Passing the bond measure, that was a big deal. And I would say that was the top priority last year when we were together. Universally, we need to focus on that. And congratulations, it's a big deal. And it also really reflects the sense of compromise that had to come into play and community trust to get that passed. So there was some gratitude and some appreciation for that accomplishment. The stadium is now turning a profit. People were very pleased with that, naturally. Public safety, identified as something you're proud of, working well. And then also, as Raj had mentioned, the city's utility creates opportunities, and that opportunity is one of the words. And so it differentiates the city and presents great opportunity. So those were some of the things that came up multiple times, if not universally, in the conversations we had. There were other things that you're also individually proud of. So I want to just kind of invite the conversation of, what makes you most proud and what has contributed to the city's success?
I'm going to start with the community trust because I think that is the most important thing, at least for me, and it should be for us, is that the community trusts what we're doing. The bond was an example of that. And I know there's other things we need to work on to continue to develop that trust within the community. But I think that is super important. And I'm proud that at least we passed that so that it shows that at least it's in some point they do trust us with their money. So
Yeah. Well, and now you get to say, okay, well, what are we going to do about that, right? And continue to earn that trust for how you use those resources. Yeah.
I want to build on that and say that I really appreciate the community's engagement, that we have people that care about things and jump in and help, not only as commissioners, but as public members that bring things to the council and make certain they follow through.
Hold you accountable. Yeah. All right.
I'll go. In my first few months, one of the things that's brought me a lot of pride in this position, again, talking about our staff, I didn't really understand what the touch point progression would be from a community member to like an actual result. And having just been able to forward emails from constituents directly to the staff and have them respond within a few number of days has been such a great moment of even our city's success. I think that when people understand how to utilize our resources, the city works very well for our people. And so that's really been awesome for me to see that anybody can write in or make a statement. And if you got somebody who's going to respond, there will be access and results.
Love that. Yeah, and we'll talk more about the roles that you perform, and being that conduit is an important role you play as a council member. Yeah, so that's.
I'd say our financial situation, when I got elected, we were in heavy deficits due to COVID. Now we're actually able to do some innovative things because we have money. We did the business license tax, and now we've done the infrastructure bond. And we've rebuilt our reserves. Our reserves are at 24% with a target of 25. So we're in pretty good financial shape. Unfortunately, there's a lot of volatility these days. So.
Right. Yeah. Important to stay cautious about those things. Other comments?
As far as engagement, I would say, definitely the community has always seems to step up Obviously with the infrastructure bond, I mean, they definitely put their trust, but also their money, right, to help out the city. And I've seen this throughout the years, as I said on the school board as well. They've continually stepped up to make sure that the community well-being of the residents and the people here in Santa Clara are helping each other out.
That's good. That's community, right, that you were describing earlier, what makes it special here. Absolutely. Other things that make you especially proud or reasons that that you're successful? Raj, how about you?
Yes. Yeah. So I think that some of the major issues we were facing in the past, like resolution to some of the nuances like stadium litigation and balancing the budget, we are in positive right now. There are issues with that, but still we are in a much better shape where we were earlier. And I like to add what you were talking about, the staff professionalism among different departments. That is noteworthy, basically, getting a feedback and how the whole management and the whole staff is working. And of course, the community, which has come forward and supported the bond measure. And they have expectations from that bond measure, and we have to be very prudent how we do that down the line. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Kevin?
So a couple of people have touched on what I'm really proud of, which is I'm really proud of the community involvement. I mean, whether it's restoring the Parade of Champions, whether it's working on our downtown, whether it's comments on developments in our bike lanes, it's very clear that we have a number of people in the city that are, they're focused on making the city better, and they're focused on keeping traditions alive, and they're focused on making sure that there are things to do for the future generations of Santa Clarans.
All right. Excellent. All right. Let's keep going. That's a great wrap up to this conversation, I think. So not there, but were some other things that I heard, again, context setting and summarizing some of the input, bless you, that I received in our conversations. So some of the interview themes, first of all, a general sentiment that the city's in a good place, that there's opportunity on the horizon and feeling good about where things are. A need to get on the same page, recognizing roles and strengthening governance. And so that's part of the time together we'll spend is on that specific topic and bringing that focus on how you govern together, really important. Some big opportunities on the horizon, and I know we'll spend more time talking about this today, but the things I heard about, not a surprise, the Super Bowl and the FIFA planning, these are big lifts for the next year. I know we'll hear more about that, but a recognition around the need to focus there and spend time and energy, and then also how that balances all the other work of the city. In the area of economic development, a number of areas of interest and opportunities on the horizon related to Santa Clara, of course, which you mentioned has been still a long time coming. Also high-tech business expansion, there's some opportunities within that. And then just being business-friendly generally for small and large businesses. And then, of course, the bond measure, a big one, and that creates lots of opportunity within those resources and expectations from the community. On the side of challenges, financial sustainability, so it sounds like it's continuing a focus on that. It sounds like a lot of progress has been made from where you are, but a recognition that there's going to need to still be attention paid there. We'll hear more about that later this morning. So focusing on the budget imbalance. Removing roadblocks for the permitting process, getting to yes, and really, again, that focuses on the other side of the coin, which is the opportunities. So making sure that you're set up in a way for success. And I know that there's a lot of energy in that area. And then maintaining quality service delivery in light of all these things. You've got big things going on, and so remembering always at the core the community, right, as you were talking about before, and not losing sight of those. And so those were some of the challenges that I also heard about. Anything anybody would want to clarify or elaborate on or add to that? Those were the things I heard. Kevin.
Well, I think that especially when we have a lot of work ahead of us, that the Super Bowl and FIFA planning, those are great opportunities, but those are also our biggest challenges. So I want to be clear that we can't look at Super Bowl and FIFA as just a positive thing. We must look at it also as something that we're going to have to put a lot of work in. I mean, what I'd like to say is, in my job, I often tell people that some days I feel like I've run 3 marathons. But it's important that even though that may be how we feel, that we recognize that even though we feel like we've run 3, we've won at least 2 of them. So.
No, that's a good point. And it's really the connection between those two opportunities and challenges, but the respect to that. I think that's great clarification. Raj, how about you? What do you think? Speak to us.
Yeah. So I think we are a small city comparing, if I compare with San Jose and other bigger cities, but our challenges are being like FIFA and Super Bowl, managing SVP. We have bigger challenges than some of the same size cities of Santa Clara. So, but those are challenges as well as opportunities for us to bring us in the world map, basically. So I would say we have a lot of scope to grow and a lot of scope to be on a world map, being a small city. Those are my comments.
No, good point. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
What really matters to our residents is that they have their basic services, their power, the water, the garbage gets picked up. When they call the police or the fire, that they show up and are ready to help and are professional. This is what really matters to 90% of our residents who aren't aware of all these other things. This is where, in my mind, where government, the rubber hits the road, because you will notice if something happens, if any of those do not occur.
No, that's an excellent point, and something as we talk about priorities for the next year, it's that combination or that conversation around balance, right? How do you navigate these things that are going to take a lot of time and energy with the basic expectations of the community? So, okay, anything else anybody wants to add? Yeah.
I also believe that we need to work on how we govern and our meetings and the length of them, and we need to be more efficient for our community so that there is a lot more involvement from our community with the city council directly. So I think those are things that we really need to work on, is how we govern.
And it's leadership, right? Well, and that's great, because we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about some of those things and how you do that. So just kind of a little bit more on kind of context setting, which I think will feed us into that governance conversation, and then we'll take a break for public comment. So let me just go through a few more context setting slides. So first of all, this is a little academic, but also really important, that I want to kind of just put into everybody's minds. And this is the balance between what is politically acceptable, what are those things together that you agree you want to move forward on and drive forward, and then what is the capacity to do that? What actually you can accomplish, get things done, have results, is that overlap, is that Venn diagram overlap. And so we want to be intentional about how we're thinking about this. The more you can overlap those things, the more that you're going to have results. And so I want to kind of bring this into the room just to kind of remind us of that and the balance between those. Make sense? Questions on it?
I'm surprised that section's that big. So.
Well, this is a good point, because sometimes it can be a little tiny if you are out of alignment with what the resources of the city are, and sometimes it can be really overlapped. And so there's the ability in partnership. I mean, we can all agree that governing and leading services for the community is a team sport, right? This is not something that people can go it alone to do. It's in partnership with staff, led by policy direction from council, and it's the combination of those two together is where the magic happens. And so it's not easy, and it gets bumpy, and that's all fine. That's democracy, right? But this is how we do it, and the conversations you have and how you govern really make a big difference. This is probably a slide you have seen before. I think that it's universal. It's like a universal truth in these sorts of workshops, but it's also an important reminder. And that is that there's a lot of stuff that just happens every day. The city is delivering basic city services, and as was pointed out in Santa Clara, that's a broad portfolio of services. It's not small activities. It's a lot of work that happens every day. And so when we're talking about council priorities, those areas of focus, extra emphasis, that's just a small available margin. It might be highly public. It might be things that people care about the most, things you hear about a lot, but it's just a fraction of what the city's doing. And so as we're talking about priorities, we don't want to forget the fact that there's a lot of stuff that continues to happen every day. And so just, it's, again, one of these nice little gentle reminders in the iceberg analogy. So this looks very academic. I get that. But I think that it illustrates the complexity of leading an organization. And so I want to just take a quick moment here to describe what we have here. You've probably heard when we're talking about governance, we want, council's policy stays in this lane and staff is implementing council policy, they're in this lane. But it's really a little more nuanced than that. It's a little more complicated. And this slide actually makes the point about the relationship. It's not a dichotomy where you have one does one and one does the other. It's actually a polarity where things are connected between the two. So you can see, council's sphere of work, setting policy, adopting the budget, maybe suggesting big organizational elements, and then the city manager's sphere over here, advising the council, managing the day-to-day operations. But as you can see from the squiggle line, it's not a straight line. You have staff recommending to council, here's some policy options you might want to consider, or following up on work you're doing, proposing a budget. And so they're entering into the policy sphere through those recommendations, just as there are times when you're making decisions and you need to know more. You want to have more information, or you want to clarify things. You are then dipping into the management side. And so it's not crystal clear. It's important context, but the point here I want to make is that it's together that you really have success. And so hopefully that helps to shed some light a little bit on it's not a partition, it's more of a ebb and flow discussion. Does that make sense? You have questions? Raj? What do you think? Poor Raj is going to get called out all day long.
No, it makes sense. Like it's a collaboration between the two governance pillars, basically. And you rightly mentioned, we have to be cognizant of basic what is in our plate, what assets we have, basically, and we should not be overconfident of everything. So it's a balance. I agree with that.
Right. It's the how you navigate these waters that really matters and is important. And there's the city manager right in the middle, right? And so navigating between those two worlds, kind of the political acceptability, in the Venn diagram, what you all want to accomplish, recognizing and understanding the organizational capacity to do so, and it's the city manager that's bridging that. And I have had several city managers say, "Can we have some more planks in that bridge, please?" But you can see it's a delicate position, and it's not an easy one. We're going to spend more time talking about the council roles and all that you do. Also not easy, but wanted to just illustrate that conduit. Like that needs to be the connective fiber between those two worlds of political acceptability, what you want to do, and organizational sustainability, what the organization has the capacity to execute on. So using him as your resource. Last little academic setup, if you will, and this is just kind of a reminder of the distribution of time. We saw the iceberg slide, but this really tries to illustrate where time is spent by management. And this is not just your city manager, who probably spends more time on special projects, special assignments, especially in the coming year, but management generally. And you can see about 85% of that is just managing the day-to-day. just managing the day-to-day work. Unforeseen challenges, those happen, and those are likely to happen, in the years ahead, just as they have in the past. We don't know what they're going to be, and so having to adjust, pivot, adapt, respond, that takes time. That takes time and energy for management. New initiatives, so if you're launching something new, piloting something new, a council priority, that's a fraction of the time that managers have available to spend on this, and then making improvements in the organization, which we know has been sort of a focus and a priority to keep things, continually evolving and meeting the needs of the community. So just a reminder around how management time is spent as we're thinking about priorities for the coming year. So questions at all on any of this kind of landscape context setting? Helpful? Reminder? A little bit? Okay. Raj, any comments?
Yes, I do. I see that 5% for strategic improvements in training and new initiatives.
Yeah.
I would love to make that like double of that, like at least 10%. That way we can be more progressive and we have new initiative added to the pie, basically.
See, herein lies the challenge, right? Because we want to be able to do more and better, but we also have to recognize that day to day. And so it's a natural and appropriate tension that's always going to be there, and tension in a good way, not tension in a bad way. How do we move forward, but also recognizing what it's going to take for the day to day?
What I mean is, like, if we can reduce, if we can add much more efficiencies and reduce that time, 85% of the time being devoted to day-to-day management. If we add more efficiencies, we can reduce that by using tech and other tools available to us, and then we can put more time into new initiatives and strategic improvements, basically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's pivot a little bit and give some time and space for the public to join us.
Thank you. I think we have at least 7 speakers, Assistant City Clerk.
Yes, that's correct, Madam
Would you
Mayor.
like to start calling them up 1, 2, or 3 at a time, please?
We can have the first 3 queue up. Elaine Lee is the first speaker, and then followed by Jim McNamee and Mary Grizzle.
Thank you. And each speaker has 2 minutes.
2
to
minutes,
speak.
yes.
Thank you.
Timer's right up there on the. So Elaine Lee. Sure. Thank you. Jim McNamee.
I don't know all your names, but appreciate all of you representing the city of Santa Clara. The state courthouse is sitting right on top of where Main Street was. The building has been closed for 2 years. There are rats running through it. Prior to its closure, this courthouse had already been reduced to only 2 traffic courts. I understand both the state and the courts want to talk about relocation. We are evidently waiting for interest rates to come down for development to proceed on blocks A and B. While we are waiting, I believe a priority must be for the city to work on making the rest of our future downtown developer ready. I'm pleased that the city is finally sitting down with the courts and the state to talk about relocation. Please make this courthouse relocation a strong priority for 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Mary Grizzle. Followed by Linda Kepner.
Good morning, everybody. How are you this morning? I hope everybody is feeling good and happy. I've got the wrong speech here. One moment.
Let's start when she starts her speech, please. Start the
Thank
2
you.
minutes when she starts. Thank you.
Reclaiming Our Downtown wants to thank the city manager, Jovan Grogan, the assistant director, Michael Liu, Transportation Manager Stephen Chan, and Associate Engineer Nicole Key for your work on the reconnection of Benton and Brokaw, which will greatly improve the Santa Clara Station Area Plan. They all worked diligently on TOD, Planning Grant Application. When this was turned down, they didn't stop. They went to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and last month was awarded $400,000 for a planning grant to reconnect Benton and Brokaw by bus, bike, and pedestrians. They went above and beyond the call of duty, and we so appreciate their efforts. I also want to thank the Director of the Economic Development, Rena Brillo, and City Manager Grogan for setting up the first meeting in which a city representative would attend, the state assembly member errands, and executive staff of the Santa Clara Superior Court Judicial Council on potentially relocating the courthouse, allowing downtown's Main Street to once again exist. We are also very grateful to all the folks and to all of you for all your attention and advocacy for the return of the original downtown Santa Clara. I want to thank everybody here for all of your efforts, from the mayor on down, and thank you so much for everything you've done for us. And I am doing a happy dance, Mr. Grogan.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Linda, followed by Ray, and then Rod.
My name is Linda Nepper, and I would
Loud, it's loud, yes.
I would appreciate three things. One is the senior center is really good, really wonderful, but I would like to have it be a 3-tier instead of a 2-tier. Right now, you can get the really cheap price and not use the pool and not use the gym. You can spend a little bit more money, like $38 a year, to use the pool and use the gym. I would like to have a 3rd tier that's much more expensive, similar to what you would do for a regular gym, for the rich people, because right now it is a money sink. And I do think that the low tier that still uses the pool and everything should be available to people who are not rich. But I do think that the rich should pay more. The other thing is, I think that the library is well used and should actually have another person in it to help with the homeless, because there are a lot of people who use the library who do not know the various resources that are here in the city. And this is a central location. Last thing is that the data centers are a money-making operation, but we should also look at how much water are they using, how much heat are they producing. Are we going to become a heat island because of all the excess heat that's generated by them, and then have to put a lot of cooling in for housing? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Next speaker, Ray Gamma, followed by Rod Dunham, and then Dan Ondrasak.
Do we have a mobile microphone? Just let him be from there. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me come before you. My name is Raymond G. Gamma. I was born and raised in this town 95 years ago. I don't know why I'm still around. I just don't understand it. I've seen councils go and come and go, but I'm getting real concerned with this council. I watch you every meeting. I'm on TV watching you people, and it goes on and on and on and on. I just can't wait to make a decision. I wonder if you guys can make a decision. Our downtown needs to come back. I was here when they destroyed it. I'll never forget that day. Bill Wilson let us, a whole group of us, walk out of the council meeting when they passed it that night. I'll never forget that night. It was awful. I mean, we tried, but our city manager sold us a big bill of goods that we were going to build a big, beautiful downtown. But I saw bare ground there for how many years? Please, let's get the ball rolling. Let's get this thing done and over with before I die. I know it's right around the corner, believe me. Anyway, that's what I have to say. All of you, I just enjoy watching you at the meetings and the planning commission also. And you sort of get me all upset. And this guy, he's on the ball. And the city manager, you're on the ball. Thank you for what you do for our great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. It's so great to have people like Ray that are in support of in our city. My name is Rod Dunham. I'm a fourth generation Santa Claran, and I've started the Reclaiming Our Downtown movement almost a decade ago. It was 9 years ago. Dan Ondersack, myself, Linda Mello, Mary Grizzle, and so many generations have supported this movement, and you can kind of see the theme here this morning. I have a few words to say. Thank you very much, first of all, for being here today. In February of 1957, City Manager Lloyd Brady solicited the federal government for urban renewal funding for the Franklin facelift to restore downtown Santa Clara. At the same time, for Mayor Buchser and the City Council were looking to buy lands for what is today the Civic Center. In December of 1959, after Santa Clara received federal money for the restoration of the downtown, one of the worst city councils in city history decided downtown wasn't 8 blocks. It would be 10 times that, 200 acres, and would include the Civic Center to house the new City Hall. In August 1960, the Santa Clara Weekly reported on closed doors city council meetings which were state prohibited on the downtown. 90% of the citizens were in an uproar about the moving of City Hall and the partial demolition of downtown, and in 1960, they sued. In 1961, they won. On February 10, 1962, the attorney, John Barnett, proclaimed to the San Jose Mercury News, "This finally ends the division of Santa Clara." He was wrong. It had only began the division, a division we still see today. The only money that ever went to the Franklin...
Rod, your time's up unless someone wants to give him, that hasn't spoken, some minutes. Would anyone like to give him some minutes? Yeah, I guess, come on, Rod, get some minutes from someone. You want to give him
I'm very sorry, 30 seconds. So
okay,
the only money
ahead,
that ever
seconds.
money that ever went to the Franklin facelift to our downtown was to demolish it. It was done so that the corrupt city council would build that on the city council of the City Hall on the Civic Center. City Hall is now falling apart. It has literally cost us more to maintain it than to move, and the many available off-site office campuses around town. We want it back. We want the downtown back. We want the land back to build downtown, the 8 blocks, which is the grid. So thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dan Ondersack, and he will have 5 minutes and 30 seconds. He's been given time.
Was it 5? Oh, God, I got to cut it more. Okay, good morning, all. I want to thank City Manager Grogan, Michael Liu, Steve Chan, and Nicole He for your incredible work above and beyond the duty on getting the connector for Benton and Brokaw in the stationary plan. I think that's an incredible destination point, and I'm going to be talking about destination points here in a minute. Also want to thank Jovan and Rena for their work on the courthouse. Now, I usually get up and talk about matters of the heart. I'm going to talk about matters of the pocketbook. Every council meeting we're talking about, we have no money. I'm going to go back to 2016. In that year, this city had the enormous task of people moving, of policing, of contingency plans in case something goes wrong for 71,000 people who had $250 million of discretionary income. And we went through a tremendous cost in doing that. What did this city get from that 250 million? And I think all of you know, 7%. So we got 12.5 million bucks gross. In tax number with TOT, that's probably 1 to 2 million bucks after all that work. People, you know, that fly in from Chicago want to go to a destination point. They went to Palo Alto, they went to San Jose, they went to Mountain View, places with downtowns. And 2019 should have been a learning year for this city. San Jose saw the light. They had half of San Pedro Square done. They had Santana Row. They made double what we made. But that wasn't enough. Since in those 9 years, they've completed San Pedro Square. First and Second Street are bustling with music, theater, restaurants. They have Japantown, and they have Santana Row. So they have 5 destination points ready for what's coming next, which is Super Bowl 60 and FIFA. And it's not going to be 250 million bucks. It's going to be $1.7 billion. We still don't have a destination point 10 years later. So we're expecting 7%. Those other cities like San Jose, if San Jose makes 5% more than they did in 2016, that's over $300 million. So I just want to, put that forward, that we're 25 on this list, on this priority list. I've been standing up here for 9 years begging for the downtown to become top 3 for you guys. We were 25 last year. We are begging you guys to move this up, not just for the economics of this city, but also for the, the civic pride, the fact that people are coming up to us and saying we're embarrassed we don't have a downtown. But it's also for events like this and for the other situations where there's no events and people want a place to go, a mom and pop restaurant, epicenter, a destination point. And I plead with you guys to do that. 2024 was a dead year for us because of interest rates. They were 8%. If we had finished the downtown plan in 22 as planned, it would have been 3%, and I believe blocks A and B would be underway. That's spilt milk. We're where we're at right now. What we're asking City Hall is the following 5 things. Finish the Nexus study, which Jovan is working on right now. Set the table to move that damn courthouse that has been sitting idle for 2 years. Rats are going through it. It's 5 years before that, it was underutilized. It's time to move it off of Main Street. Now, this one's going to be controversial. A focus on next one will be. A focus on the 244 acres of the station area plan and follow through with a connection of east and west, which will, again, make a destination point in 37 seconds. 4, controversial. City Hall's fallen apart. The cost of maintaining it is going to exceed the cost of Jovan picking up and going to Tasman for one of those office spaces and moving City Hall there. The land underneath could be used as leverage to move Prometheus off of blocks D, E, and F. And that would set the table. Interest rates go up, interest rates go down. We would then be ready for not just blocks A and B, but blocks A through F. And lastly, bond money could and should be set aside for a parking garage.
Thank you, Dan.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Nora.
We have two speakers online. First one is Edward Strine.
Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just want to say that we got to go back to basics as far as our voting system goes. We got to push the county to make sure we have an honest election system. I did see 2 Dominion voting machines on election day 2024, November, and I can't understand how the citizens of Santa Clara could continue to elect and re-elect the 49 or 5. I think they're smarter than that. Majority of the time, we've got the mayor and the 49 or 5 not agreeing, and things are not getting done. Also, with the related project, that should have been done a long time ago. Was there an agreement in the contract for related to get a groundbreaking started? If not, why? Why wasn't there a time limit placed on related to get the groundbreaking started? The pandemic is over, and people know what happened there, and it should have never happened. Fauci received a pre-pardon, and the corruption is unbelievable. But I think that's helped destroy our economy and destroy what could have happened with the city of Santa Clara, where we could have had funding from a retail restaurant phase that would have been completed before FIFA and the Super Bowl coming up. It's really a shame how this destroyed our city as far as the economy and the funding that we could have received from that. Now, I know Related had mentioned that now the first phase is going to have to be manufacturing from the last meeting they had at the Northside Library. But I thought that was supposed to be groundbreaking for the first quarter of this year, and I haven't heard anything about the groundbreaking now for the manufacturing even, because they explain that, oh yeah, we need the manufacturing because we can't afford to get the retail and restaurants going phase. So I don't know how many years that's going to take.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you.
Next speaker is Iqbal.
Go ahead, please.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, my name is Iqbal, and I want to begin by genuinely thanking the city, the police department, and public works for the visible progress we have seen on Pop Drive and Bassett Street. And for many of us, these improvements, they are really making real difference. I also appreciate the thoughtful response I received from the mayor's office, acknowledging our concerns and confirming that the city is reviewing these requests, like for additional signage, parking blockers, increased scheduled cleanup, and monitoring. And that said, while long-term planning is critical, and I would like to respectfully remind the council that we still need short-term action to preserve these positive progress already made on our streets. So these actions might be low cost, but high impact, and they will send a strong message that our city is listening and committed to maintaining safe, clean, and welcoming neighborhoods. And for those reasons, I really would like to remind and would like to request these items might be prioritized for the 2025 and 2026 upcoming years. Thank you again for your understanding leadership, and I really look forward to continuing to work together to protect and improve the spaces we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Iqbal.
Next speaker, Donna West. Unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Donna West, and this city spent a lot of money for Super Bowl 50 and got very little out of it. 17 million gross, and my calculation is maybe Santa Clara netted less than $2 million. And we are the host of the event. It is because there is nowhere for out-of-towners and for your own citizens to go. There is no downtown. As a 40-year past Santa Claran, I am embarrassed. I was a Super Bowl business and current business today. In March 2016, the city should have recognized this and gotten a sense of urgency. Instead, it's taken 9 years to plan. This is ridiculous. They rebuilt Hiroshima in 12 years. Had the plan been ready in 2022, interest rates would have been 3% and most likely be building now. There is no sense of urgency today. In 2026, football and soccer fans will be spending over $1.5 billion in the other cities off of our backs. This is still the no destination point. Speaking as a 40-year resident of Santa Clara, I want our identity to be council's #1 priority going forward. Thank you, downtown Santa Clara.
Thank you. Next.
Wanda Buck.
Mayor and council and staff, what a great meeting today. This is so far so good. We're just beginning. I hope I get to speak later, but I wanted to say a word that perhaps is negative: ethics. And I scan through all the paperwork and I see the governance and all, and perhaps I missed ethics. It touches everything that we're talking about. And I believe it was a challenge for our city, as many do. So I'm just wondering if that's one of those things that aren't a priority that's still going to be addressed. And I am much encouraged that ethics are woven in without using that word from everything that's been presented so far. So keep up the good work and just remember ethics. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Those are all the speakers,
Is that
Madam
it?
Mayor.
Okay. All right, Nancy, thank you. That's the end of public presentations for now, public comment. Our next public comment will be right after the lunch break, approximately 1 o'clock.
Great. All right, terrific. Well, so just want to do a check-in. And so I was imagining to do some conversation around the council roles and then take a break, but we could take a break and then move right into those together if we do that. Everybody want to take a quick stretch and...
How long?
10 minutes, come back at 10:30?
10:30.
Is that okay?
Yes,
All right,
thank you.
We'll do a quick break.
Can everyone take their seats, please?
All right. Hopefully everybody took advantage of Stan's Donuts and a little coffee, a little sugar, caffeine. Keeps us all going through the morning. All right. Maria, can we pull the slide deck back up? Okay. We're just waiting for Albert. Okay. So as promised,
excuse me,
hey guys, we're going to
everyone
get
take
started,
their seats,
okay?
please.
We're going to get started. Thank you, everybody. All right. So we're going to pivot a little bit. We're going to come back to the discussion around priorities, and that'll be following some updates from your city manager. But as we talked about in the opening comments and as through the agenda, we're going to spend a little bit of time on all of you. And so this is an opportunity for council to really engage with each other and talk about the roles that you perform, kind of your go-to, what you lean in on individually and collectively, what makes for successful governing together. So we'll do that. And then we have one other discussion activity that we want to have, which is around kind of expectations from different perspectives, from the public's perspective, from staff's perspective, and from you and your peers. And so we'll do both of those activities, and then we will probably take another break before we go into Jovan's presentation. So just a little bit of update on where we are. Oops, there we go, governing together. So during the public comment, we handed out a little worksheet, and Maria is sending that over to Raj, so he'll make sure to have a copy as well. But we want to talk about the 6 roles that councils perform. And this was created, you may recall, last year I was joined by Julia Novak as a facilitator for those who were here. She and a very esteemed professor of public administration out of Kansas University of Kansas, together with some thought leaders, put together this framework around the key roles of council members. And I think it's really interesting and helpful to reflect on these and recognize that there are different strengths we all bring, but also different hats we have to wear, depending on the time, the need, the issue, the setting. And so we want to walk through these a little bit, kind of introduce them to the conversation, and then have some conversation around when do these show up? What is your natural strength? And what's your go-to? What does the body together do well? And where are there some opportunities to strengthen? So we'll kind of walk through this part. Maybe we can shut that door so we can let them have their conversation in the hall while we do ours in here. All right, so these are the 6. We'll walk through each of them. Again, you have them on a handout that you can read through. But the 6 roles are providing strategic vision, setting priorities, having long-range view, anticipating the future needs. The role of trustee or steward. Sometimes you have to make decisions that really either reflect where the city has been, but also where it's needing to go, and you have to make the tough decisions. And that's part of being a trustee and looking at the greater good for the community, for the organization. Representative, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, we'll elaborate a little bit more, the role of being a representative to the community, community builder, decision maker, and the role of oversight. So those are the roles we're going to walk through quickly, and then we can be thinking about what really connects to you, where's your go-to, and how do we lean on the others. So here's descriptions of each of these. So first of all, setting strategic direction. And this is, rather intuitive. One of the things you first think of in the role of a council member, you're setting policy. You're setting direction for the organization that's going to affect the long-term benefits of the community. So being a big picture thinker and not losing sight of that. We heard earlier in the opening up comments and expectations, a desire to be able to do that. Who do we want to be? Where do we want to go in order to get there? So that's the hat you're wearing then is that of, we just got louder, of strategic direction. The next one, fulfilling that stewardship role. This is that the trustee role that you perform. And so how you utilize the resources of the organization, how you really anticipate, plan for, and make tough decisions for the greater good. And so looking at the greater good. Sometimes this is actually being the conduit from prior decisions that have a long horizon, that things that aren't going to happen in a year. And as stewards, you are making sure to make that progress moving forward so that it doesn't get changed or lost. Being that customer service representative. And so when you get the constituent calls, I have an issue, there's a pothole on my street, or there are code enforcement issues, or just questions generally, the role you're performing then is that of representative, right? You are being the resource for your constituents, for the community members. You don't have to have all the answers. You probably don't have all the answers, but you are then the resource and referral. And so sometimes it's providing education, sometimes it's referring the questions to appropriate staff members or to the city manager. And so, but that's a representative role that you perform. When you are out campaigning and you're working towards sitting on this body, you're doing a lot of that touch base. You're being that representative conduit. When you step into the role on council, now you have a whole nother set of hats that you get to put on your head. But this is an important one, and we don't want to lose sight of that. Being a community builder. And for people who are activists or who are, come from a nonprofit focus or an issues area, this is a natural place for the skills. So being that community builder, bringing people together, bringing together voices, collaborating with key partners. This is all about community building, and it's an important role that you all perform when you're on council. It's not the only role you perform. Making decisions. And making decisions is, what you do every time you convene in a business meeting at a council meeting. And so making tough choices, sometimes they take some time, sometimes they take thoughtful analysis and input, but making those decisions is an important and critical role of council. The things that are easy likely don't make it all the way to your desk, right, to your collective desk. They can be addressed through staff. They are easy. The sticky ones, the ones that require thought, attention, and choice, and consequences, oftentimes. There's an opportunity cost in the decisions that you're making. This is an important role that you perform, and it's not an easy one to do. Lastly, providing oversight. And so the city manager, the city attorney report to you. And so providing oversight and accountability through those positions, through the organization, is another important role that you perform. And providing that guidance and set of expectations leads to your ability to do that successfully. So that's the thumbnail sketch overview of different roles that you perform. But let's talk a little bit about a few things. So first of all, how and where do those roles show up in the work that you do? Again, you're putting on different hats in different settings, so let's talk about that. What's the role or roles that come most naturally to you, where you're like, okay, this is where I can bring my strength and I can do a lot of added value? What are the roles that you need to pay closer attention to, individually and as a group? And then how can you lean in on the strengths? So in the worksheet that I gave you, I'm going to give you a few minutes, and I know it's going to turn into study hall here a little bit. But look at the different roles and think about these questions. Make some notes if you're inclined to do so, and then let's have some conversation. And Raj, did you get a copy of the worksheet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so take a couple minutes, take a look at the examples and review those, and then we'll come back to the questions. riveting for all of you guys, right? Got donuts. It's okay. Enjoy them. Oh, gosh. When you have it, then just you can look up and let me know. Take your time. You're not going to grade these. You're not going to get scored.
Give myself an A.
Oh, okay. Or feel free to score them yourself. You can do that as well. Sure, why not? All right, and you can keep jotting down notes if you are inclined. But let's go ahead and have some conversation around these different roles and when they show up and what comes naturally. Let's start there. So kind of going through them kind of quickly, we just have a little bit of an overview. Let's talk about, first of all, strategic vision. You know, when does this show up in the work that you're doing? And, you know, what are the things that come naturally to you? Who wants to get us started?
Isn't that what we're doing now? Is having a long-term view of what we want to see happen.
Right. That's right. Making time and space to anticipate the future, plan for the future. Yeah, Mayor.
Forming policy, looking at what not only what our vision is, but what was the vision in the past that we want to continue for the future, like other councils, because a council just keeps existing on and on. You don't know when one ends because we're all, you know, blended in here. It's good to know what the history was too. What was the vision of previous councils, and how can we carry that forward and then add our own visions on? So.
Yeah, well, I think you're describing a little bit the relationship between some of these two, right? And so that trustee role as well is understanding the past, you know, and what has led to today. What are the things that you need to continue to shepherd forward, to be stewards of, and what are the things you're going to chart the future course for? So, you know, the lens you're looking at, looking back and carrying things forward, or being just forward thinking. Okay? Other thoughts on, yeah, Seds?
Good to have these sessions. It's good to have these sessions because, you know, we need to always be planning ahead, not just the next year. A lot of projects take a long time. You know, long-term plans that I've pushed for is a intermediate target of 80% carbon reductions by 2030, the Benton-Brokaw Tunnel, the Station Area Plan Task Force. So, and none of those get done next year, but you have to think long-term for where we want to be.
Right, if you want to have big impact and move things for the future, then you need to be really strategic and intentional about that vision. That's right. Other thoughts when this shows up? Obviously, any kind of planning activity, whether it's annual council planning or long-term plans that you are developing and putting into practice. Okay, what about that trustee role? When does it show up? Mary, you mentioned kind of the legacy and making sure to not lose the history.
The trustee is looking at the financial interests of the city, also transparency, integrity, ethical decisions. Those are all, I see, part of being a trustee and the steward for the public.
Okay, good, yeah.
Thinking of the greater good, not myself individually or anything, and recognizing the history of what has come before. And not favoring one group or thought over another.
Right, about community writ large, right? That's right. Being that trustee for the organization and the community. Kelly?
I think as a trustee, you have a responsibility to do the work to sell outward in order to gain buy-in. Certainly, you will have decisions where you have to make a call that will be unfavorable for some, but I think that any good leader understands that change comes with a sense of loss. And so communicating that there's a recognition of what is lost, but making sure that you're routinely projecting the potential gain of these changes as well is super important. So I think stewardship is not just about making the decision, but it's about sharing the intention behind the decision so that people know that they have been heard, even if we're not moving in their direction.
Okay, so to be a good trustee, you need to bring people along, help them to understand the why behind decisions and the history. That's great. Other thoughts? Trustee?
I mean, to me, that brings up like fiscal stewardship. But at the same time, I think that as we look towards, that's kind of like the 85% when I think about that. So how do we look at making sure that we are strategic, that we engage our community and definitely have them work so that we do things together and not have them feel like they're having things done to them, right? So how do we kind of do that? And trustee, kind of what Kelly mentioned, help them come to the understanding of where we're going, and communication is a big key as far as how that piece is done to make sure that they're aware of not only decisions that we anticipate making maybe, but sometimes just looking at how do we think about the future of Santa Clara and maybe the different parts of Santa Clara as well.
Representing the whole, well, and you can see how these different roles interact with each other, right? And so sometimes to be a good trustee, you may need to do some community building, right? So that people understand and are brought along, that you have their voices at the table in order to help keep them informed and to maintain the expectations that you have set out, right? So bringing these pieces together. Other thoughts on the role of the trustee and council members? Yeah, Kevin, then we'll come back to you, Sids.
So I think a lot of people have talked about you have to know the people that are under your care. You've got to listen to them, but you've also got to care about them. I mean, if you don't actually care, if you take the role of I am the guardian without realizing that you are not just a guardian, you're not just to make decisions for somebody else, you have to care about the people that you are serving. I think that's a big thing, which is we often think that we've got responsibility and we care about outcomes, but you have to care about the people as well. And in those cases, understanding that there will be loss, there will be people who are not quite happy, we must also learn how to communicate and in a lot of cases commiserate, meaning let them understand that we understand where the loss is. We often make decisions thinking, well, communities are resilient, that they will understand after a while. And I often think of, I have a child, and people say, well, children are resilient. And in the back of my head, I always think, well, children are resilient, that's true, but adults need therapy. So, how do you resolve the two? And you realize that the only way to resolve the two is to understand that, how do you minimize or reduce the therapy that's going to be needed later for the decisions and the responsibilities that you take today. So.
Okay, so honoring the past, but also the people that are involved in the decisions you're making and how you're shepherding and stewarding those forward.
I mean, when we talk about the city is not the buildings, it's not the streets, it's not the infrastructure, it is the people. And if we say that for the benefit of the city, if that doesn't focus on the people first, then we're not really doing anything.
Okay, good. Seds.
So, when you talk about trustee, sometimes we have to represent people that don't really feel like they have a voice, that, like the unhoused people. We had an interim supportive housing project at the corner of Benton and Lawrence, where we had 5,500 residents come out and object to that project. But, I met with the people that objected to it, staff met with them. We changed the project so that there's now families there, and we did it. There's still a lot of opposition to that project, but when you think about a trustee, you have to represent people that don't traditionally come to the council meetings and voice their opinions.
Yeah, I was going to go. Raj, do you have any thoughts on these first two on strategic vision, trustee, and when they show up?
Yes, I do. Like from strategic view, long-term planning is basically fiscal responsibility we as a council member hold, and how we plan long-term, because ordinary resident may not know what is our pension liability, long-term pension liabilities are, but we as a council member who get updates from the staff, we have to be much more cognizant of the issues we are facing, basically, and that's how we have to plan it out. I'll keep it short as regards the trustees. I think it's a balancing act between the city where we are and the residents' needs. Sometimes resident may not know what are the actual financially position of the city is, or what are the basically drawbacks under which city is working. So that balancing out, like Sards mentioned about that homeless approval on Benton. So we have to be cognizant of both the needs, basically. And me coming up, how it suits me, because I have from budget point of view, I did my MBA in finance and marketing, so I understand what the budgeting is. And being a resident of city of Santa Clara for so long, since I came to US in 1995, I understand the intricacies of what the residents need and how the city is working. So that helps me out to make a decision. Like increasing a utility rate. We as a trustee, we have to make sure our utilities are properly managed and they are financially sound. So to a resident, it might sound, oh, why are they increasing this rate in the middle of a year? But as a trustee, it's my responsibility to explain to the resident, there is a reason for this increase and we have to justify that. So I'll keep it to that. Thank you.
All right, so let's kind of go quickly through these others too. I want to make sure we touch on all of them, but I'm going to pay attention to the time too. So let's look at representative and community builder, because sometimes they're different in discrete roles, but sometimes they get muddled. Like, what is the difference? And how do those two different activities show up in the work that you do? Mayor.
I'll just say, and you're putting the two together, community builder is also being involved and present in the community and really understanding who the community is. We need to know who we're governing and who we're governing for. And so it's being involved that's super important. And also being a constituent advocate. I know that my office gets a lot of questions, complaints, wanting responses, like a lot. And so it's getting back to the resident or business and following through on what their issues are, and that builds trust in the community. And that doesn't always happen, but for the most part, I know we all try to do that. But that's important in terms of bringing people together and representing what their needs are.
Yeah, well, that convening for the community builder, but also being responsive so that people feel like they have a connection to the organization, to the city that they live in. And that can be connecting them to appropriate departments, to answer questions, or providing education and resources. So here's a link. There can be a variety of different ways that you can help to respond. But again, it's that conduit between the two that's so important. Yeah, Karen.
I was just going to say, I try to lead people to the My Santa Clara app so they feel empowered to turn in their concerns, because such as code enforcement operates on the complaints and recognizes, and that way people don't feel like they just have to get a hold of me or someone at the city directly, that they have that way to do that. And also when we build community, I made a little note, we often have to come up with something we can all live with, not necessarily the perfect solution, but something we can all live with.
Right, finding that compromise. And that sometimes takes a variety of different lenses, different hats to get there, for sure. Kelly, you have maybe you have a comment. You have a scroll? No?
I just would say that one of the most important parts about being a representative is making sure you're not over-promising what you can't commit to. And so I think that we fundamentally want to tell everybody yes, and then often don't have the resources or the means to come through with that. So I think being realistic as well is a huge part.
Yeah, that's great. Appreciate that.
What would you say as far as to represent, you have to listen, I think? Somebody once said you had 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I think listening is a great tool that we have, but not only just listening actively and making sure that you're hearing, but also empathizing with them. So be really an empathetic listener to make sure that you understand what their situation and their issues are, and try to kind of, wear their shoes to see what's really going on and those concerns that they're bringing.
Yeah, well, caring, right? Kind of as Kevin was saying, that you're really caring about the community and the individual's experiences. Okay, any other comments on either of these? What about decision-making and oversight? These are the kind of the duties, if you will, making tough decisions, right? That not everybody's going to love, and they require compromise. They require choice. They require we had collaboration, and you had coalescing, some coalescing that has to sometimes happen to get there. But what happens when you don't? Go ahead.
I was just going to say decision-making, it's really doing your homework and being prepared, listening to the presentations from our staff, being prepared with your questions, and being concise, and really doing the public's business in a transparent, open, and professional manner, understanding that you're there for the public and not for yourself.
Okay, so finding some ways to make that happen effectively.
Right.
Decision-making. Okay.
Recognizing that each one of us is 1 vote out of 7, and that we do only have a binary yes or no on something, that we can't say, well, sort of. And you're going to have to make that decision based on what is going to happen down the road.
Right, and actually taking that action, right? And then learning from that action, and if you need to change things down the road, it's because you've learned something along the way, potentially. Oversight, the oversight, that perhaps the least sexy of them all, but just providing for accountability for your manager, for your city attorney, for each other, right, the oversight?
I'm saying the public keeps us, we're accountable to the public, and our staff is accountable to us. So that's how it works. But at the end of the day, the public decides whether or not they like what we're doing and whether or not they want to keep us in office. But we have a huge responsibility for oversight on this large organization. And knowing that especially we're all part-time members of this council with not full-time staff, associated with us individually, it's really a big responsibility going back to doing your homework, knowing what you're talking about, getting your questions answered, and making sure you're always putting the public first. I mean, that's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, well, and at different points in history for any organization, these different roles elevate and subside, right? And there are times when organizations see pressure from the community, rightfully so, that there really needs to be a focus on oversight. You know, there's concerns or there's issues, and that's where, you know, you can find councils becoming much more critical or drilled in on that oversight role, and maybe not as focused on strategic vision. Other times, things are, you know, there's trust and things are going well, and there's the opportunity and the freedom to do community building and strategic vision. So it really is a reflection on the community and the organization for some of these different roles. So, Raj, anything you want to add on the kind of when these show up? And then I want to ask each of you kind of, what is your top couple, you know, one or two roles? Like, where do you go as your preferred hat, if you will? So, Raj, I'm going to first ask you any other thoughts on when these show up, and then we'll go do the where are your strengths?
So I would like to touch the oversight part of it, what we were talking about basically. So it's our responsibility to ask tough questions to city manager, city attorney, our appointees. And when we ask those questions, we have to understand their perspective. Like, it's not that we are two different teams working for different objectives. We are two different teams working for the same objective. And understanding that and their expectations, we have to either temper down our own expectations or make a balanced decisions for that, or on the oversight part of it. Yeah. And about the making decisions, like, we have to be cognizant of what decisions are we making. Are they suitable for better quality of life of our residents? And if we are making tough decisions, we have to be able to explain to our residents why we are making those decisions, basically. And I'm sorry, I missed what was your question for me?
You answered it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, part of it with the, come to your point around the decision making is, you know, understanding that each decision you make has consequences. And so you're really evaluating the consequences when you're making choices, and it's something to keep in mind. All right, so kind of quickly, let's hear, you know, what are the things that you most naturally gravitate toward? What are the things that you feel are strengths in the roles that you perform of these six?
I'm going to start with, I feel like our individual strength?
Individually.
Okay. I feel like my individual strength is being a constituent advocate and community builder, in the fact that I'm very involved in the community. I attend a lot of events. I get involved, you know, almost daily in Santa Clara for a part-time job. It's my full-time part-time job. But knowing and understanding the community and the different aspects and the diversity in our community is really important to me, because I need to get those perspectives. These people, many of our residents don't come to council meetings, they don't watch council meetings, but they have issues that they want dealt with, and they tell me things that are important to them when I do attend these events. So I think that's my strength, is being out there and understanding who Santa Clarans are, what they want, and what they want us to focus on.
Okay, so almost that representative piece too, right? Understanding and listening. Okay. All right. Kelly, what's your go-to? What is your...
Oh, can you call on me last?
Yes, I absolutely can. All right, Karen, we'll go this way. Karen.
Absolutely. Well, when we listen to constituents or residents, hearing what they say and sometimes what they haven't said is really important. And remembering that we hold the purse strings to the city. And it's a heavy responsibility. At the end of the day, I just want to make certain that I'm comfortable with the efforts that I've made, that I've tried to make things better.
Okay. Okay. Albert?
I would say I'm comfortable with most of these, but I think kind of with, like the mayor mentioned, I'm as far as listening and trying to be more of a collaborator, builder, consensus builder, and you know, trying to represent the constituents and listening to them to make sure that we can get their concerns addressed. Understanding that I used to say we had our sole employee, but we have our attorney, I guess, is under our supervision as well. But yeah, I think just understanding the realistic, and really it's just as you look at these different things, you know, understanding that we are one of seven, and realistically, you know, making sure that our constituents understand what the realities of whether it's a budget, whether it's services, whether it's whatever it is that we're working on. But those, it's important for us to set those expectations. But yeah, I would say the representative and community builders are
Okay,
more my.
so we're your go-to. Okay, okay, excellent. Kevin, how about you?
I think a lot of people have said this, which is you have to understand the constituents, right? You can't just listen to what they say. You have to hear what they're not saying. But you also have to know how they feel. And I also go to a lot of events. I go to as many events as I can go to because it's true. You meet lots of different people at different events. I'm pretty active. I don't just stand at the corner. I talk to a lot of people. I talk to people that aren't being talked to in a lot of cases because they have stories too. But more importantly, I think that a lot of people that come to my office that understand that I can meet them at events, but it's often the talks that come after the events. It's the talks in our office, in City Hall, in cafes, coffee shops, et cetera, that where we get to the meat of the subject, which is you can talk about the general idea, but you don't really know what people mean until you have the longer conversation. And I would like to think that I'm very good at the longer conversation and doing my homework, not just in, well, this is what the project is, but these are the people who are being affected. And I will talk to every single person that I can that, you know, who may be affected. And when it comes to homeless shelters, I don't just talk to the people who are bringing up the subjects. I'm not talking to the people who are against or for. I'm also talking to the people who may go to these shelters. And I think a lot of council people forget that we get people who are for and against the shelters, and we get people who have shelter experience as well. And I think that those people, very few, often get ignored.
So far, so a lot of like in the community, kind of away from this group is that so far we haven't heard from everybody. So we'll want to explore that a little bit, right? So lots of input, which is outstanding. It's an important hat that you wear, but how does that then translate into the other roles that you have to perform?
Yeah. So I also want to remind people that we're part of a team.
That's right.
And like I think other council members have said, we don't make singular decisions. But I think that's one of the keys, which is as a team member, you have to know what the strengths and weaknesses are of the other people on your team. And in a lot of cases, I have to try to guess, or I have to try to think about how other people are going to vote. I have to think about who they are in terms of their personalities, what things they focus on, what things they're not focusing on. And in the cases where I think there are gaps in our considerations, I will always try to fill those gaps. So again, I'm not trying to be what the other people on the team are being. I'm trying to cover the areas that I feel are not being covered.
Great, excellent. Suds?
So I first got involved in Santa Clara politics over opposing the stadium in 2010. But I really got involved when the Climate Action Plan came out, and I was kind of disappointed in the Climate Action Plan in terms of how far it went. And that's led me to getting on the Planning Commission. But a year after being on the Planning Commission, I discovered that I don't make any policy. I only, based on general plan and zoning, approve or disapprove of projects. So I ran a year after being on Planning Commission to set policy. So I gravitate to the first item here, which is trying to set some policy for goals for the city, including climate action goals and affordable housing goals and, mode shifts like bicycle policies. So that's kind of where I gravitate.
Great, perfect, thank you. Raj, where do you gravitate toward? What is your primary go-to role?
Okay, so just like Sud said, I got involved into city in 2011, following in the footsteps of my son, who was very actively involved. And me and my wife thought, we can't tell him to do anything unless we get involved. So that involvement, basically a selfless involvement, gave me a perspective of how we can engage the residents, how we can help the residents. And one good thing which my parents gave me was a good education, like my master's in physics and then MBA with finance and marketing. That helps me make a better decision making, basically. And other thing is, I spent quite a bit of my life in India, where I look at the governance, how it governed, and what is lacking for the ordinary residents. And then I see the system in United States, and I can correlate that, wow, if I'm a representative, what I can do for the people who are not coming to the meetings, who are not engaged, because only around roughly 10% of our residents are actively involved. Other 90% are passive residents who have all the same needs, but they don't have either they don't have a time or they don't have aptitude to get involved into day-to-day politics. But that's where I step in. Like, I need to take care of all of these 100% of the people of city of Santa Clara. And being a business executive, myself started a business. I understand the intricacies of what the limitations of the staff are, basically. So all these perspectives bring me to basically make a better decision for both the residents as well as for the city.
So I'm hearing a combination of decision maker and trustee in terms of focusing on the grid. Okay. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Kelly, you want to? That's okay. You can pass if you want to pass too.
I just, I'm new, and if I'm honest, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to be good at in this. I think right now, outside of governance, like certainly in my roles, strategic vision, oversight is huge. Going into a doctoral program of social justice, that's a huge deal. But here, I think I'm just trying to learn how to be a trustee right now. And take, I'm one of the few members of council that's not an engineer. And so trying to have a balcony level view and really apply some of your learning about what does it mean to actually do the anthropological and ethnographic work of getting into the communities and then actually pulling that data to make meaningful choices. And yes, I love to go to the events and stuff, but how are we making concrete policies and actions based on, the real information? So I think stewardship is a big deal to me right now. And honestly, it's all I can say that I'm kind of trying to lean into. I think that this will really be a season of holding back and learning for me. But
no, I love that. That's great. That's terrific. All right. Well, so I want to kind of build on this conversation. Any closing thoughts on? I didn't miss anybody, I don't think. On kind of the roles. I mean, I think it's just a reminder that you have to wear different hats in what you do, and you have to, I think through, where are we? Do we need to take a deep breath and be strategic and think about, where can we focus, what can we accomplish? Put on that hat, and you have folks who have strengths in that area and go to that. Let them help to be a resource. You have others who are going to be really helpful in moving things to a decision, right? And sometimes that's hard. And so when you have to get to that point, then how do you turn to those who can help to facilitate that process? Others who are going to be keenly engaged, convening, recognizing and bringing together different groups. How do you leverage those? And so, really looking at the strengths of the individuals for the greater good can be beneficial. But also recognizing you each get to play all these different roles. Some are just going to be more stimulating, more inspiring than others, depending on where you sit. So what I want to do next, did we already? She already helped me out there. Is to think about kind of shared expectations and interests from different perspectives. So I give you each a set of Post-its. And so what I want you to do is to think about, from the public's perspective, from staff's perspective, and from your colleagues' perspectives. What are those things they're looking for in kind of the ideal council member, right? So what are those attributes, expectations? One idea per Post-it. If you can find the big Sharpies that I have, we can read them even better. It's great. So one idea per Sharpie. Please, the pink ones, public. What does the public want? What are they looking for? Blue Post-its. What about staff? What is staff looking for from council? And then yellow, what are you looking for from each other to be most successful? Okay? And we have it so that Raj, you are all set, right? To be able to share?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. And so as you have them, you can hand them up. We're going to post them over here, and we're going to see some of those themes that what comes up.
Did you say one on each?
One idea per post-it. Yeah, that way we can kind of sort them.
Like there's.
Don't write a novel on a
Just one,
post-it.
one,
You
one.
have the up to three ideas per topic, exactly. And as you have them, Paulina, you can come around and pick them up, and we'll get them for Maj as well. I know the pink post-its go flip flop. So what are the characteristics? It's helpful to think from these different lenses. It might be different. Are these all ready to go? Okay, perfect. This sounds good. Uh-oh.
It's difficult. It's got turned around.
Yep. Yeah. All right, here, we got this? Nope, you're still working. Thank you much. All right. Very good. Here we go. I'm gonna go get the ones for Raj. All right, do we have Raj's also? Okay. Oh, I didn't give you guys a post-it. All right, ask for Sharpie. Okay. It just has the three? Okay, yes. All right, do we have more still coming? Says it's still writing, I can tell. This is one of each. All right. We lost the mayor. All right, everybody have them all in there? So they're sorting those things and posting them over there. We're going to read them out so we can kind of get a sense in the room of those characteristics or sort of expectations that you observe as being important from these different stakeholder groups. So Julie and Polly, you signal to me when you have them to read off there. I'm going to give you the mic. There you go. All right, let's start off with the lens of the public.
So from the public is hoping to feel heard, quality of life, that concerns or issues are addressed and followed through on, transparency, trustworthy, honesty, ethical, transparent leadership, putting residents first, responsive, accessibility, approachable, follow through, that the public's interests will be served first, the greatest good for the least money, that's the goal, caring, and a collaborative council.
Okay, so that's the perspective. Yes? No, we did. Actually, we got his as well. Yeah. So Roger, you heard yours in there, I hope, right?
Yes, I did. I sent to Nora.
Yeah, we got them. We put them on the board, so you're a part of the conversation here too. So
Perfect, right.
excellent. Okay, so let's hear the perspective from staff.
From staff, consistency, stability, directness and direction, honesty, council members are prepared, city council support of management decisions, to rely on staff expertise, common courtesy, support, resources and support, ethical, care about the city, serve the community best, and advocacy.
Okay, so a lot about consistency, support. Okay. What about from colleagues?
From council colleagues, we have alignment, honest, ethical, transparent, public-focused decisions, trust, understanding, twice, compromise, collaboration, also twice, to respectfully disagree, concise meetings, long-term and current good governance for residents, win-win, being prepared, and twice we also have moving forward, turn the page.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about these. So what stands out to you in terms of those expectations? Maybe starting off with the public. What are the themes that jumped out to you from those, if any?
Trust, honesty, ethical decisions.
From the public? Okay, and we heard that I think in a couple different, that was a theme across different groups. That's right. Other things that's jumped out to you? What are the things the public is looking for?
We want to make certain they're heard and that their concerns are upmost in our concerns.
Okay, that they're heard, they're part of the conversation that you all are having. Okay. What else is the public looking for? What do they care about? What did you hear in terms of themes? Holly, what were some of the themes that you saw?
Yeah, I saw transparency, trust, and I think the follow through is a way of showing that they're being heard.
Okay, comments on that? All right, from staff. There were more similar words on that one, perhaps, than the public, and that's not uncommon at all in terms of expectations. Well, what did you hear as she was reading off the themes from the staff perspective? What are they looking for?
Consistency.
We heard consistency, right?
That staff hears something from council and it doesn't change the next week. That we have a clear vision of what we want to see happen.
Stick to that, yeah. And it's kind of a trustee role in some ways, right? So that you are making a decision and then you're, the trustee and shepherding that through. That's, important to staff is what we're hearing. Okay. What other things did you hear as important to staff?
That we approve all their staff reports.
I don't think that was written down.
I thought I heard that. And the recommendations.
But I think support was.
Where I heard that.
Well, I think support was in there a few, right, Polly? You heard, so supporting, so recognizing, I'm going to paraphrase here, the professionalism and the advice that's coming through, and so that they feel supported in those efforts. That's important.
We appreciate their expertise and the time and effort they put into the reports.
Right, exactly. So there's an element of respect, perhaps, too.
I would say trust expertise that they're bringing to the table.
To trust the expertise? Yeah, exactly. All right, so they're looking for consistency, support, It didn't come up here, but it's that acknowledgement of the professionalism is what I'm hearing you guys describe. What about from each other? What are you looking for from each other?
We're going to disagree, and that's okay. We can disagree without being disagreeable.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, so, you're better off by having debate and conversation and coming to consensus as a group. That's not easy, that's hard to do, it's uncomfortable for many, but how you do that is what really matters, right? And so that you can do that in a respectful manner. Seds.
It wasn't on any of the list, but just not make it personal. If you can disagree about, just not make it personal. You can disagree about a vote, but then afterwards be able to, be friends.
Right, yeah, exactly. Well, and, understanding the humanness of each of you, right? And that you all have different experiences and different strengths and things to offer to a discussion, but to recognize you're focusing on the topic rather than the individual, that's really important. What other things do you have as characteristics of the ideal colleague? Raj, what do you think?
There's a reason we are 7 among on the council. Like each one of us bring different perspectives, and we all should understand to respect other people's decisions, whether we agree with or not. And at the end of the day, it's a majority decision which goes through. But my perspective is not to make anything personal, because we all are trying to make it good for the city of Santa Clara and residents of the city of Santa Clara, basically.
Right, you're all here because you love the city, right? And so you're all here for the same purpose. It just takes maybe a different approach, different lens, different areas of background in different places. Other thoughts or comments? What you expect from each other? Oh, sorry.
Write down, but we're coming from a good place, and trust that we're coming from a good place. That we want to see the best for the city, and we might disagree on how that might look, but that ultimately that we're coming from that place to better the city.
Right, to recognize that in each other, right? Yeah, okay, to assume good intent, you might say. Mayor, sorry.
I just wanted to say, coming prepared to meetings, putting the community first, and remembering it's not about us individually, it's about the community and how are we serving the community when we're up there as council members.
Right, keep it always in view. We're here for the greater good. Okay. Any other thoughts on this? What you're describing here are kind of shared expectations, kind of norms, which can be really helpful to articulate and to revisit on occasion, and something that can be a helpful tool. Assume good intent, focus on the community, be mindful. So, Kelly, you had a comment, I could tell. I can see the wheels, that's why.
Usually I'm just processing thoughts, so I don't know if I'll make anything with this, but I have appreciated working with everyone in my time here, and I think that when we talk about trust and moving forward, those are very easy catchphrases right now, but I think that all of us, even in my election, and I know, and Albert, we've all been harmed by this in some ways, so it's easy to say it's not personal, but I know it gets personal. I know that there are things that the public looks for. When we say something like, ethics, it's tied to reports that came out that were deeply harmful for people's, it felt like an attack probably. And so I think that it's one thing to do this in a very safe setting, but I think if we're going to actually move forward from things, we have to put in that work to assume good intentions. I don't know that leaving something like this, we really would have established trust in each other. And so, I look at this as an opportunity to do that, but I would hope that this resonates with all of us in an effort to say we can be friendly, we can disagree, and we need to move forward from a very toxic season, hopefully, but we all have to put in the work to do that too. So,
yeah, you have to want to, right? So how do you do that? How do you build the relationships? Because in order to make difficult decisions and to be stewards of the organization and of the community, you have to be willing to see the individual, right? In order to and have those relationships as the foundation, right? And that's agreeing, disagreeing, agreeing, disagreeing agreeably. I can never get that right.
Disagreeing without being disagreeable.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to say. But that comes in recognizing the individual, right, and building the relationship. So how do you do that? How do you do that when you are, working in a structure that has lots of rules, what you can and can't do, how you come to a business meeting to formulate and make decisions? How do you build those relationships? How do you support one another? What are your thoughts?
I think when we disagree and argue over things, that we have to argue the issues, not personalities or personal histories or things like that, that we have to focus on those issues. We all read the same reports, and we may see, we all see the problem, but we may see the solutions in a different way. And that's what we need to discuss.
Okay. And so you can remind each other of that too, right? You have agency here to be able to say, we need to stay focused on whatever the issue is, and understand we're going to have different perspectives, and that's healthy and that's okay. Other thoughts or comments? Yeah.
I think one thing that's really helpful in these, and again, it's easier said than done, is if we do experience offenses, can we talk to each other about it directly? I don't think that that's something that's really been fostered here yet, but I think that working with people collaboratively one-on-one is a big deal. I know there's Brown Act violations and stuff we have to be concerned about when we meet independently, but I think being honest about things, I think that a lot of times we get offended or, take something personally, and then we bury it, and it allows us to entrench ourselves more fully in kind of this divide and conquer mentality. So I would like to, at least on my end, say I'm open to anybody telling me if I've been offensive or if I'm moving in the wrong direction, and I think having that level of transparency with each other would be really healthy.
Yeah. Seeking first to understand people's perspectives. Well, and it's the city attorney will correct me if I'm mistaken, but you can go get coffee and get to know each other in a personal level. And so there are opportunities to build those connections without being in violation of the Brown Act. I mean, don't bring a team and start talking about issues that don't do that, right? We know, but to understand the humanity and to get to know each other, that's perfectly appropriate. City attorney. See? Anyway, so, we don't need to be preaching or any of those sort of things, but I think that the commitment and the interest of building this team, I heard this in the conversations we had individually, that you want to find a path to be able to work together for the greater good. And it takes time, investment, and commitment. It does. And so, anyway, we won't beat this one up. Any other thoughts on kind of either of these activities? Raj, any other comments?
Yes, I do. So I think some of the other councils, they do team building meetings, which are not on to discuss anything on the agenda. As Councilmember Cox mentioned, like collaborative and discuss about each other. So I think we should, City of Santa Clara Council should have the team building exercises and have those meetings at least once or twice a year. Without discussing the agenda, we should be collaborative and how we can build ourselves good relationship among ourselves. That should help.
Okay. All right. Kevin.
Along those lines, I know that a lot of cities, especially Northern Peninsula, for example, they get together once a month so that they can see not just how, it's a opportunity not just for city council members in a city to get together, but also to get to know people in other cities and get advice and see how other cities operate. And we used to have that, I think, way back in, I want to say 2014, I don't know, but then Mayor Patty Mahan put together a multi-city council meeting. It was held in the council chambers, and I thought it was very productive. As a resident, I went in, we got to see how other councils, how the mayors in other cities operated, and we got to talk about issues that affected all the cities together. And I think that not only would it be good to have, council team building exercises, but I would like to look into how we can incorporate with other cities to get to know the people next door to us that help make the decisions for our area.
Learn from peers, learn from colleagues. All right, let's close this out with this. Oh, yeah, please.
As far as I think board retreats are something that typically are a good thing. Talking about norms and protocols, I think that, you know, if we know how things are done, and maybe things are done differently, you know, or how we can change things to be done differently, I think that's important. Even one member on a board that might change, in this case we have two, definitely it brings a different dynamic to the governance team. So I think that that's important to make sure that hopefully we have a retreat here in the near horizon.
Right, to identify council norms you're talking about and other things, to do the team building as Raj was talking about. Yeah, how are you going to operate together? Which is, you know, let's just, with this question, it kind of gets to that without doing the whole retreat, but I, you know, support that idea, just for whatever that's worth. But think about this. This group here that is now serving the city of, yes?
Can I ask that everyone turn their mic off when they're not speaking? Apparently, it's harder for the public to hear. So if we can, when you're not speaking, turn your mic off.
Roger. Okay, so I want to close this part out just with kind of reflection on what together do you want to be known for, right? And so this starts to get us a little bit toward the direction of who are we, how do we behave together, but what do you want to be known for? And so Raj, you can hopefully hear that question also. We're going to ask you as well. But I want to just kind of pull these pieces for the morning part together with this question, this reflection. What do you want to be known for as a group? When someone wants to start, let me know. What do you want to be known for as a governing body here? All right, Albert, get us going.
Basically, that we didn't drop the ball, even though there's a lot of things on the horizon, that should still feel that they receive the services and have the high quality of life here in Santa Clara that they expect and, you know, deserve. So that, you know, basically at this council, you know, we didn't go off and do something and not do what our residents expect us to do.
Okay, so as you have these big things going on, that you're not losing sight of the community and the residents. Okay. Okay, Mayor?
I would just say that we're a council that respects our history, our community, and the progressive nature of our city moving forward, that we bring all those elements together as we make forward-facing decisions in this ever-changing world.
Ever-changing.
Ever-changing.
Okay, excellent. What else do you want to be known for as a governing body? Eds?
Well, I see people here. Of course, my district has the downtown, and it would be that we started the construction of the downtown.
Okay, so you want all right, so be known for moving things forward with the downtown. All right. Others, what do you want to be known for? Karen, what do you want to be known for as a governing body?
Well, I'm hoping that after next year, we're known for wonderful hosts for both Super Bowl and FIFA, having a safe and productive and hopefully lucrative events.
Okay, all right. Santa Clara on the map through these big events in a very positive way. Very positive way. All right. How else do you want to be known? Kevin, what do you think? How do you want this governing body to be known?
Yeah, and I think that Councilmember Jane is absolutely correct. We want to make an impact on the city, and projects like downtown is a really good start. It's something that I would like this council to be known as not just a council that talked about things, but also got them done. That we didn't just complain about International Swim Center, we did something about it. That we didn't talk about downtown, we did something about it. That we didn't just talk about having a great entertainment district, but we helped build an entertainment district. We prepared for things that wouldn't be completed in our time, but we were able to get other things like making areas business ready, even before the larger parts of the projects got done. That, as Councilmember Hardy suggested, that we were great hosts, that we didn't put Santa Clara on the map, but people who came to Santa Clara remember Santa Clara fondly because of the services, because of the places that they were able to go, because of the experience that they had, and that the organizations that work with us, whether it's for Super Bowl, FIFA, or even if it's for plays that we have in our rec centers, that the people who interacted with our city felt comfortable, they felt supported, and they had a great experience. Right.
All right. This is not a contest. It's all good. Okay, so be known for action and for getting movement on major things, and also being a sense of place where people feel welcomed and appreciative is what I'm paraphrasing. I hope that reflects. Yep. Okay, Raj, what do you want this governing body to be known for?
Couple of things, like did we improve the quality of life of residents? Like if we positively improve the quality of life, we should be known for that. The decision we make today should be remembered positively in future. Are we doing that or not? And we should practice what we are talking, what we say basically. Like downtown thing has come up, like the downtown, when downtown was demolished, people are talking about it for a long time that it was demolished, it was a wrong decision. Now, to correct that decision, what are we doing for it so that we do something to fix that in the future? So those are my perspective, like what legacy are we going to leave? Will the council, will the resident remember us in 10 years that, oh, that was the council which made that decision and which was very positive for the city, basically.
Okay, so being focused to be able to point back and say this was a point when something happened. All right, Kelly, what are your thoughts?
So I think, well, I would hope that, as history writes itself, that this will be a period where and coming out of a really challenging, the pandemic, interest rates, all of these things that slowed down progress, we would be course correctors. That in a time when there had been a really hard period of people not getting along, that we would be a council that collaborates, moves forward, that people would talk about us about a period of efficiency, of, again, getting projects moving forward, of correcting some of the things in our city that are challenging for small business, for big business. And really, I guess what I would say is I would hope that, this would be a period that people talk about things getting better instead of, I'm sure that when we go to events right now and you say you work for Santa Clara, people are kind of like, oh, how's that going? I'd like that period to be over. I would like this to be where we mark the change and we come out of that season.
Nice. All right, that's a nice note to end on. Closing thoughts on any of this kind of governance conversation, working together? Okay, so we spend more time here, and I know we have to move in. Do we want to jump in and do a preview on some of the first parts of your update, and then we'll take a break for lunch and then come back? Or do you want to take a break for lunch and come back?
We can do that, or we can break for lunch. I know lunch is here,
Okay, let's do
but totally up to the council.
We're about an hour behind schedule. Is that what we are? I would hope you would do some.
I'm ready.
Yes, let's do some more before we go to lunch.
Okay.
People had big snacks earlier, so.
Okay, can we hear me? Thank you. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, members of the public. I will provide us with an overview of what's going on in the organization. But before I do that, why don't I take a moment to just thank our executive staff and department heads that are here and that are listening along. And I know them, like me, have just been in awe with the work you've done so far. And Julie, our graphic illustrator, we have to preserve that. That's really good work. So thank you to our executive team. They work so hard. I also want to say, I think of council and staff as links in the same chain. that together hold up the community. And would really council at the forefront of that chain. And it takes a majority of council to, as the earth and winds blow at us, to point us in the right direction. But it also, when we have the unanimous support from council, we really go with expediency. And so we're a big organization. We do a ton. And what we're here to talk about is, what do you want your key priorities for this organization to work on for the next fiscal year? And we're accountable to you. Certainly me as one of your direct reports, but this entire organization is aimed at accomplishing the goals that you really set for us through these annual workshops. And so, as you know, you have a 40-page plus document that updates you on where we are with your existing 43 priorities. I'll go through those at a high level. I think, honestly, I'm not going to do them all justice, and if I did, we'd be here too long. And so I'll give a highlight just to give a little flavor for the council and the public on where we are. Also, as a part of this update, we plan to do a quick breakout on 3 items. I think we'll end up doing that after lunch. But the first one, we were going to have Liz Klotz, our assistant city manager, give an update, more of a detailed update on the Measure I bond implementation and where we are and what process we're going to follow. 2, we were going to have Craig Moback, our Public Works Department, talk about 2 quick things. One would be the Rainbow Crosswalk. That is one of your priorities from last year. We have 2 locations that we'd like to engage council in a conversation and make progress on that. Secondly, at a recent council meeting, council added a new thing to the work plan, which was developing a bicycle policy. And you asked us to come back today and tell you timing on when we would be able to accomplish that. So as we know, that effort hasn't started, but we want to keep to that direction that you provided to us. And then lastly, we were going to have Ken Lee, our finance director, give you an overview of the city's budget and our 10-year financial forecast. And as you know, everything we do is underpinned by our budget. So without further ado, why don't we begin? So as council knows, we had a priority setting last year, and we had what we called priority focus areas or priority areas of focus. Those had been referred to as pillars. And so that was excellent city government, reliable infrastructure, outstanding quality of life, and a thriving community. There were also strategic outcomes connected to those areas of focus, and so they're listed there. But we also had priority initiatives, and there were 43 of those, and so we'll give a high-level update on those. But I think as staff has thought about this, and we've talked to Nancy, our facilitator, having priority areas of focus, having strategic outcomes, and having priority initiatives was it was a lot to sort of grapple with. And so we'll talk through, and we have a recommendation of how we may address some of those to keep making progress, but move forward, I think, in a more distilled set of priority focus areas from council. Next, I want to do just a quick hit highlight on some of our key accomplishments for your pillars. And so, as everyone knows, Measure I, first time the city had really put an infrastructure bond out since the 50s. And so, staff really launched that effort, but it was the council and the community that carried it home. We can't advocate, and so we're just so thankful that that was approved, and it's $400 million in infrastructure. But most importantly, we recognize the trust that the community has placed in this organization, and we're deeply committed to honoring that trust and executing on those projects. And we'll talk a little bit about that today and in your council meeting next Tuesday. SVP, we were oversubscribed, meaning we had a lot of interest in a $130 million bond issuance. Pretty good rates and financing on that. There's a picture up here of an ambulance. Most of the community don't know that our fire department pressed an ambulance into service, really because response times from the county ambulance provider were too high. And so our fire department pivoted, and they were able to put an ambulance into service to ensure that this community had the services that they need. Last on this list is we launched a variety of efforts targeted for community employee engagement. And so we had 4 employee groups that got together with some leadership by Nadine Nader, our Chief Operating Officer. But really, they did the work to look at a internal AI policy, look at re-envisioning our City Hall Cafe and our Library Cafe, both of which are currently closed, and looked into various employee engagement activities. And I'm just happy to report that over the last year, we've had, frankly, I can't even remember all the events, from a Halloween celebration to we brought back the annual employee award ceremony that was hosted here at our library. And in just a few days, we're bringing back Bring a Child to Work. And so lots of interest in increased morale from our employee base. We also reinstated our park patrols. And so with some council funding, that was an important program to reactivate. On reliable infrastructure, a few key accomplishments that I want to note here is bike studies. This city council did a ton of work led by our Public Works Department, who studied 4 areas in the community, the Benton Street, Monroe, De La Cruz, Coleman Avenue, and then Walsh and Martin Avenue. And so the council, frankly, put in a lot of hours to take a long-term view of how are we going to get to a more sustainable future, how are we going to encourage people to mode shift, but also not negatively impact our community that relies on the parking and relies on our current transportation corridors. And so a lot of work was done at that. A ton of work was done at the first thing that's listed on this list, which is SVP in our NRS, KRS, and SRS projects. And as council knows, that those are currently out for bid. It is real important to our economic development goals and nearly doubling the electricity that we have in this city. And so wonderful progress at that. Just to save time and keep going, want to highlight a few accomplishments under the area of thriving community. We were able to bring back Comic-Con, and so over 5,000 people, 8,500, over 8,500 people were in this library for our Comic-Con. We had an amazing annual Art and Wine Festival, a K-pop extravaganza. The library launched a GLUE program for really aimed at our third graders to get every third grader in the city with the library card. We celebrated the 10-year anniversary of our Northside Library. We redoubled our commitment to the Bella Vita Senior Housing project by providing an additional $90,000 and refinancing about $400,000 worth of loans to keep that important project affordable. We adopted our housing element, tons of work at that. Thank you to our community development department, both Rena Brio, who was our acting director at that time, now leading our economic development shop, and Afsha, now leading community development. And we also converted a number of construction loans to permanent financing. One of the things that we don't have the money to build affordable housing, but we do have the money provided in our Affordable Housing Trust Fund to incentivize affordable housing. And so we were able to do that for 188 units for those 3 projects that are listed, Monroe Commons, Agri-Hood, and the Kiefer Senior Project. Under your pillar of having an outstanding quality of life, Magical Bridge, an amazing addition to our Central Park here in Santa Clara. So we were able to open that and now have volunteers supporting Magical Bridge with an ambassador program, knowing our resources are strained, but really leveraging the community to support that. We rehabbed the Fairway Glen Park restroom, or we added a new park restroom. We rehabilitated the Westwood Oaks Park. And there's a picture up here of Walsh for Brave. Many in the community, myself included, sort of grew up with the DARE program, an amazing program led by police departments all across California and I think the country. But the reality was that it needed to be retooled and changed. And Santa Clara did what Santa Clara does best. And we created a new program with the locally created mascot and launched the Brave program. our water rules. Our water and sewer department did a ton of work to take a deep dive into all of our water rules, and it sort of happened without a lot of fanfare, but Gary, I know all of the work that went into that. So with that, I want to now turn to our vacancy rate and a little bit about our organization. As the council knows, we had a vacancy rate of about 14, last year of about 12.5%. That vacancy rate now is about 14%. We continue to face turnovers, people retiring, moving, frankly, to lower cost areas. But what that rate doesn't show is all the work that our HR department has done. Just in the first 8 months of this year, we've hired 111 people. We've promoted 52 city employees and hired another 175 part-time employees. And so we still have work to do, and we face the larger headwinds of the Bay Area economy. But I recently congratulated our HR department because they are doing an amazing job in support of all of our other departments to encourage and have job fairs all across the Bay Area and working towards some of the headwinds that we have. One of the things that we'll talk about, and I know the City Council knows, is we're undertaking an effort to do organizational reviews of our departments. We've launched that effort this year. Council thankful for the funding. We have a number of departments that are currently active. Just yesterday, I had an update on the Community Development and Parks Department organizational assessment that is going on. And so we will certainly have public presentations of those, but it's really our effort to take a deep dive in how we're structured, the programs that we provide, and make sure that our departments have the right tools, both technology and people resources, to accomplish the goals that are before them. We are also preparing to launch a fiscal sustainability project. I won't talk about that now because we have a slide on that. And then we know certainly that there are known and unknown impacts. We have taken stock of all of our federal grants and have been paying very, very close attention of what's happening in Washington. We know that trade tariffs are going to increase our costs, hopefully just in the short term, but we're paying close attention to that. And as the City Council knows, we have 7 bargaining groups whose contracts expire in this year, 2025. And so we're hard at work at that. The council is doing lots of great work in closed session. But it's an important thing that we work on as a part of our workload for 2025. Next, we have our own iceberg. And when we were developing our PowerPoints, we noticed Nancy had an iceberg analogy in hers, and we decided to keep it. It's a common reference tool, and thinking back to Nancy's presentation, she provided a pie chart that had about 5% of managers' time for new initiative and management's time for new initiative and 5% for strategic improvements. I like to think about that sometimes in a different way when I look at this, and I think about our entire workforce, over 1,600 people. The reality is, for everything above the iceberg, it's your management team that works on that. With our executive management in Unit 9, we have 190 management employees in this organization, just about 12%. But it's really those 190 people that have their normal job. There are department heads, there are assistant directors, there are supervisors, there are management analysts across this organization that have a full load. But what we also ask them to do is work on those things above the iceberg, work on those things that our City Council has said, you know, here's that North Star that we want to point you to in this fiscal year. And so most of what we do is it's beneath the surface. It's maintaining core city services. It's staffing our direct programs and some service enhancements. We'll talk about that in a little bit because there's a work program that staff has that's also focused on moving the organization forward that oftentimes we don't talk about. And so we'll do a little look ahead in this presentation in a little bit of what the organization is focused on for the next 6 to 24 months. Citywide service requests, whether they come in through our Acela My Santa Clara app or via email or phone call or from council members, personnel management, and of course, supporting our boards and commissions. Next, we want to take a little time to provide a summary of your council priority areas of focus from last year. And so, as you may remember, the City Council went through a priority setting process last year. We were at the Convention Center, and the council coalesced around 43 priority areas. This process really begun by us having a, frankly, laundry list of all of the council referrals, all of the 030s, anything that was already on that you had referred at a council meeting for staff to look at. And so through a dot exercise, you coalesce that down to 43 projects, 8 of which were new. But what you really did is when you voted on them, 80%, 34 of the 43 you agreed unanimously on. And 9 of which had majority support but not unanimous support. And so I think Councilmember Jane mentioned today that, there was an expectation that these were not quick and done or one-year projects, and that is the reality, right? Many of these, if not all, are multi-year efforts. And while we call some of them priorities, as we look at them, some were tasks. Some were attributes that council wanted staff to focus on and be mindful of as they do their work. And some were projects that were unfunded or things that we knew we couldn't get done because of other economic headwinds. But we've completed 5, 12 are baseline or ongoing, 18 are underway, and 8 of which are new. And what's on the screen is one of the things we're proposing or proffering to the City Council in your workshop this year is we take those that are active and we really call those council referrals. We'll report back on those on a biannual basis. I know reporting back on the status is important, and you have a 40-page plus report, and we're committing to, as long as these are active, to continue to report back on the active ones. But really call those baseline because frankly they've been consumed in our existing work plan at this point. And so as we walk through those, I think you'll see that. So completed items, again, we pursued or staff really helped to launch the Measure I bond. So we talked about that. We hired an economic development director, and so Rena Brio, who's here, is our economic development director, and she is hard at work, frankly, developing a economic development program for Santa Clara, focused on our small, medium, and large-scale businesses that will also be focused on business attraction and business retention, and so that will be coming to the City Council later this year. You were able to restore funding for your park patrol programs. And then we worked with the Governance and Ethics Committee for the last 2 items, and then the council approved it. Having a district communications, expanding how council members communicate to their district, and also developing policy around how speaking requests at events occur. Next, and I'm not going to talk about everything here on these lists. I just want to hit a few very quickly. And what we're calling baseline or ongoing priorities from 2024. First one listed is pursuing an admissions tax. That was brought up. And I know council knows we accomplished that in large measure by the 2024 settlement agreement with the 49ers that increased the ticket surcharge from $4 to $6. Embedded within that priority was looking at a entertainment surcharge. Primarily, if we take out the stadium, we're talking about Great America, or we're talking about the Convention Center. In your write-up, we talk about Great America and some of the challenges that they're going through, and a challenge with putting a ticket surcharge on that entity right now, as well as the marketability that a ticket surcharge will have on our convention center and our ability to attract businesses. But the good news is when this was talked about last year, we hadn't yet concluded those negotiations, and had the settlement agreement that increased the ticket surcharge from $4 to $8. Improvement of overall employee morale and satisfaction. I talked about some of the efforts we're doing internally, but what we're also doing is implementing another employee survey later on this year, and so we'll have the results of that. Number 9, create a city infrastructure maintenance plan. There are about 4 pages dedicated as a response to that in your book, and just know that across all of our various departments, there are various types of maintenance plans and analysis that goes ongoing, and we recognize that some are up to date, others are not up to date, but know, and it's there for you, that we fully understand council's focus on that priority, and we'll keep moving forward. 7 talks about a grant writer and federal grants. Attached to this is actually a report that we did summarizing grants that were received over the last few years, really information that we can be proud of, and we heard about one grant that we recently received earlier today. In this category of underway priorities, just want to touch on a few things. Number 3, we were able to restore library hours, and Patty Wong, our librarian, is here. One of the things we haven't been able to do in our budget as of yet is fully restore the materials budget. So that's about $290,000 in ongoing funds that we'll be talking about through our budget process. Number 4 talks about streamlining the city's permit process for residents and businesses. A very, very important effort. I know the city council hears from constituents. We hear from constituents. You'll be receiving a audit report from the city's auditor on that soon. I think that's going to the audit committee this month in April. And through the budget process, we'll have significant conversations on the work that that staff has done in response to that audit, and our efforts to address those issues. We've done a number of things already. We've implemented applications. We have an Acela knowledge base for internal staff now. We have a survey tool that is live and active, but we recognize that more work needs to be done on that front. There's a write-up in the book about it, but you'll certainly be hearing more about it through the budget process, because there are recommendations embedded in the proposed budget that you will receive on that front. 7, expand shuttle services for seniors and students. As the council knows, we have SV Hopper. We are currently seeking additional funds to continue and expand that program. I can't leave this slide without talking about reclaiming and restoring our downtown. So we heard from community members on that, a very high priority of the city. The city council in January of last year adopted the Downtown Precise Plan. A number of efforts at foot on that. Just tomorrow we have a meeting with Patrick Aaron's office on the courthouse. We are currently in the process of demobilizing 900 Lafayette. I think the council knows that there was an in-depth study done of the improvements needed there. The city had a long-term ground lease for that property, and unfortunately we received that property back with significant deferred maintenance, over $20 million of needed maintenance, and as currently structured, doesn't align with your Downtown Precise Plan, and so we're working on that property as well. And so we will continue to keep work and make our downtown a priority, continue to make it a priority. International Swim Center, we'll talk about that. I actually won't spend time on that because at your very next council meeting, ISC will be heavily focused, and we're moving with tons of wind at our back on that one. Item 13, there's a really good write-up about parking permits on the north side. And so as the community knows, we have a residential parking permit program. We've had 2 petitions. We are going through that process. It is a process where the neighborhood needs to say yes to having parking restricted in their community. And so we are working with the community through that process. Item number 15 here, paid parking at Franklin Mall in Tasman. Franklin Square in our convention center in our Tasman garage. We are currently developing a request for bids on that project and are very much moving forward with council's direction to have paid parking at our convention center and Tasman Garage. And we've worked with our convention center manager and feel that we can institute paid parking and not have a negative impact on the marketability of the convention center. Rainbow crosswalks we'll talk about in a little bit. New priorities for 2024. So again, when the council met and came up with priorities, there were 8 things that you added to the list. One was expand a city fiber network to provide internet equity throughout Santa Clara. One of the things that I know the community knows is even though we're really at the center of so much of what's possible and have so many high-tech firms, we have places in this community that aren't well served by broadband internet. And so the council has made a focus on us taking a look at that. Silicon Valley Power has a dark fiber program. We don't currently light up that fiber, and so we want to undertake a study to really do an investigation on how we can help out with something that the private market hasn't provided. And we know that, frankly, throughout this this country, and it replicates itself all across the Bay Area, is that there are pockets in highly urbanized areas where the private sector does not provide broadband high-capacity internet. It happens on the coast in the Bay Area, and it happens in some of our neighborhoods, largely by the way they developed and where private market deployed capital. And so certainly there's a role for the municipal government. Open Uptown Santa Clara to support the 26 major events. Totally understand that as a new priority, but the council and I think many people in the community know that project is delayed due to larger headwinds in the real estate development market. I think we had a public commenter on that. Unfortunately, we are where we are, which is that project will not be online by 2026, and related is currently under review for a adjustment to their re-entitlement that will go to the Planning Commission and the City Council later this year. Economic growth for small and large businesses. We've talked about off-street parking of RVs. I'll pause right there and highlight Christine Jung, recently promoted to deputy city manager in the city manager's office. And part of her role is coordinating our homeless services and programs across the city. And so there have been tons of interdepartmental meetings working up to a June 24th council study session on homelessness. Because what we've heard from the council is that the city council would like us to look at RV parking, safe RV parking. We're having conversations to potentially partner with other cities, but we're also looking at adding additional tools to our homeless services and our homeless resources, knowing that we have historically relied on partners, but with the problem getting worse, the council has really said, city, take a step up, and so you will hear from all the work that's being done on that important project. So with that, there are a number of things that are unfunded. Just as a quick hit highlight, restoring library materials budget, $290,000. Streamlining permitting process. There are some funds that are needed for that, $2.3 million. Expanding shuttle services for seniors and students, and that $2 million number is the Via Shuttle. Additional funds that are needed to expand the Via Shuttle program, and so we are seeking grants for that. Vision Zero, TBD, there's a lot of work being done now, now that we have some of our bike studies approved and additional work to put a hard number on that. The Benton, the Brokaw and Benton undercrossing study, we recently received an MTC grant of $400,000 for that, and there's a local contribution or local funds that are needed of approximately $170,000, and we've identified those funds within existing city resources and will be coming to council for approval shortly. We are currently preparing to launch the Nexus study for the downtown community benefits connected to our downtown precise plan. That's $138,000. The fiber network study, $500,000. Uptown is TBD because of the related project. We talked about that. Additional money for our arts program, and we will put a hard number on economic development and public partnerships as we develop our economic development program. off-street parking for RVs, roughly a delta of 1.6 million. We're hoping to get that number down. We do have a grant to support a portion of that, but when we come to you in June, we'll have some recommendations, likely a recommendation for allocation of funds, but we also hope to have partnerships and if not, additional grant monies to help out with those efforts. And a feasibility study for a stairway and walkway along Lafayette near Tasman. Many of us know that during stadium events, there is significant ride share that happens along Lafayette that impacts the neighborhood. And this doesn't have to be a general fund cost, and we're cognizant of that, but we will be seeking funds for that project. And so in total, 7.3 million that has been identified, and so we'll continue to work forward and bring council recommendations. Okay, organizational initiatives and projects occurring over the next 12 months. I will hit these quick, but through this, what we really wanted to demonstrate is their council priorities. There's all the work to do to keep the trains running and to do the day-to-day operations of the city. But as professional staff and management staff, there are projects that we're working on that we've identified that we're doing with existing resources, whether that's budgetary cost or existing staffing. And so this is by department. And so certainly on the citywide level, we are working at planning for the major events that are coming in 2026. On the city attorney's office, there's an effort that the city council will hear about looking at a comprehensive charter update, really a cleanup of our city charter. Lots of work that's needed on that. And so that project will go to the governance committee and then make its way to council. City Attorney's Office is doing a great work at supporting our major events, and then continuing to support our citywide ethics initiatives, looking at a ethics commission and prior direction from City Council ongoing. Your auditor's office has concluded an audit of the building permit process that the audit committee will see soon, as well as our power purchase agreements and SVP. And is currently working on an audit of public safety overtime cost and an audit of our city procurement practices. And so that work is going on, and the auditor brings an annual audit work program to the audit committee each year that is then sent to the city council. The city clerk's office is working on an enterprise document management system. Won't take a ton of time here, but a core system for how we manage documents across this city so we don't have files stored here, here, and here, thus costing us additional file storage costs and tons of work and taxonomy that's going into that, but a major project along with updating our city retention schedule, taking a look at how we perform Public Records Act requests. This city gets a ton of Public Records Act requests. There was one day when we received over 90 Public Record Act requests, and staff from, frankly, every department in the city support that. And then we're currently working on a revamp of our board and commission process. Council knows about that. We talked a lot about that last year. And having work plans for our board and commissions that are frankly developed at the committee level with input from council, but then come to the city council so that you can review and say yes to those work plans before they set out about their work, and engaging those committees really on the forefront, because you have heard and we have heard that some of our board and commissioners don't feel heard, and they really want to be have some early collaboration on what they work on. Measure I implementation, explore economic development. We talked about that. Citywide fiscal and strategic planning, we'll come back to talk at that. Onboarding new executive staff. For the Community Development Department, working on our Santa Clara Station area specific plan, ongoing work, El Camino Real specific plan, and Tasman East specific plan, and then working on implementation of our downtown precise plan. We do a ton of advanced planning in this city, and so we have current plans going on, but also one of the things we're having conversations on is through our work in economic development, we want to take more proactive steps to further the implementation of those plans. As you know, we have 7 areas that we've studied now, and we've only have 2 where we've had active development in. And so we've done a lot of work, and there are economic headwinds, but we're working at that internally. Okay, keep going. Finance, budget development, and working on improvements to our financial management system, our ERP system. Won't talk a ton about that, but the work that finance does underpins everything we do and how we look and manage our budget. And fire is working to continue and train 20 probational firefighters. We are currently working at starting a new fire academy and hiring an additional eight candidates and reestablishing our eligibility list. Public Works Department or HR Department is doing a ton of work on labor relations and negotiations, supporting council, working with our salary setting commission, working at retooling our HRS, the tool that we use to manage personnel in the organization, citywide survey, as well as launching a robust internship program this year. I neglect to mention that. Assistant City Manager Baker, Arcelli, tons of work went into, I think, really led by comments from the council that we want a robust internship program. So that will launch this year. IT enhancements across the city. We're negotiating an extension of our Unisys contract that provides a lot of our core IT support. We're working on Wi-Fi upgrades and continuing to work with our AI engagement and frankly, how we use AI as an organization to be more efficient and stay abreast of changing times. Library expansion projects, the infrastructure bond included funds for potentially a project at each of our 3 branches. Those are yet to be defined, and so a lot of work will go into that, as well as existing capital projects and improvements at our Northside Library and the facade improvement there. Arts and recreation, highly focused on both reopening ISE in a temporary fashion, but also in a larger scale redo of that facility. Again, significantly talked about at your next council meeting. I'm blanking on the number, but over, I think, 40 million of money for park projects in the Measure I bond. 100, I'm wrong, 100. All right, 100 million for park projects. So yeah, when we include ISE. So tons of work on that. Evaluation of our cemetery fees. And so doesn't get a lot of attention, but we operate a cemetery here that has a defined revenue stream. And when that revenue stream ceases, it will be a cost of the general fund, and the general fund also provides a significant subsidy to the cemetery operations. Now, it's a great benefit. We do have one of the lowest cost cemeteries in the region, but the reality is that we're taking some time to look at how to create additional revenue there, be it more mausoleums or reconfiguring how we have our maintenance yard and other spaces at the cemetery, frankly, to open up more revenue, and then creating a plan of how do we space that revenue over as long of a time as possible to stave off the point at which the general fund is subsidizing fully subsidizing cemetery operations. And I didn't click. All right, I'm going to go to police department, highly engaged in Levi Stadium, and our police department just does an amazing job at keeping us one of the safest cities in California. Hasn't been talked about a lot, but police department recognizes that there's significant work that needs to be done to adjust our bingo ordinance to align with current state law, and so that's a project that will launch this year. Certainly will be lots of community engagement around that project, and then ongoing efforts to address mental health and crisis intervention. Public Works Department, really quick, our Vision Zero plan, Stevens Creek Corridor plan that recently came to council, our sanitary sewer master plan, stormwater load reduction mandate, permanent changeable message signs around the north and around the stadium, pedestrian bike and ped projects, the Lafayette Bike Lane project, replacing our emergency generators at all of our city facilities, something we don't think about but is in our capital improvement budget, infrastructure that is very much needed. And then continuing with our annual pavement maintenance program. Silicon Valley Power, continuing to work on our power expansion projects. A lot of work going on now to look at new property, both selling existing property and then leasing additional property as we grow as an entity. Implementing new software for how employees track call-outs and just normal work, very important to the agency. A outage management system. One of the things we realized as a community last year is we didn't have a good way to notify the community when there was an outage, and oftentimes we ourselves weren't notified of an outage until someone told us. And so we've done some internal retooling, and we now have an outage map on the website. The next phase of that project is implementing a portion where we can contact people when there's an outage, similar to people that live in a PG&E territory. You get a text, you get a phone call, your power is out. Quickly thereafter, you'll get an estimated restoration time. And so we've taken the first step in that we now have an outage map and continuing to work on that. Stadium Authority, all the work that they're doing with our major events and normal operations. Water and sewer, our rate analysis, water main replacement, improvements to customer service, and a very, very important potable reuse and purified water project. So if I pause there, that is a ton that we are doing, and none of that is normal operations of the city, day-to-day, keeping the trains running, supervising, supporting staff, funding budgets, right? And then what we add on top of that is what your council priorities are. And so we have made progress on a number of your priorities. I think one of the things that I want to say is that we have a list of 43. We're proffering to put the vast majority of those that are ongoing as a part of the normal baseline, but there's a bandwidth that the organization has, right? And I think the reality is we can't leave this process with another 40 or 50. And so, we're really encouraged by what we see in the conversations that we're having right now. With that, I think we pause and go to lunch, and then after that, we have a few brief presentations on, this one is on our infrastructure bond planning. Thank you.
I also want to say after lunch will be our next availability for public comment.
Yes, as we come back, let's start with that. We'll do kind of brief on this update, and then we're going to move into the priority conversations.
So timing-wise, what time will we be coming back?
Let's do 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock,
Half
30
hour.
minutes. Okay, thank you.
false alarm. We will get there.
If she approves that, but I wanted you to understand and how frustrated I was that they made those 2 meetings.
Yeah, does it happen often? At the same time?
No, that.
I'm full here. Thank you. Okay, as soon as we have Jovan back, we'll just jump back in.
Oh, you have them already.
All right. All right, you guys ready? So let me just do a check-in on where we are and what we can anticipate for this afternoon. And also, this is really loud.
Excuse me one second. I'm going to say new information. Everyone keep your microphones on.
Oh, changed. Okay.
False information last session.
We're adaptable here, right?
We're adaptable.
We are adaptable.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, so I'm going to do a kind of update of what we can expect, what we're going to move through, and we're going to open up again for public comment. And so we'll start off the afternoon with that. Before we do, we'll hear public comment. Then we have 3 just short kind of updates on some of the priorities from last year. So we'll do those 3 quick presentations. And then Jovan will kind of wrap us back out quickly, and then we're going to shift right into the conversation around priorities. And so we'll do some recap on the themes, and that's the rest of our afternoon together. Sound good?
Very good.
All right.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, would you like to start us off with our public presentations?
Sure. First speaker is Elaine Lee, followed by Vikas Gupta.
And just as a reminder, each speaker is allowed 2 minutes for the public presentation. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore and City Council members, I have a priority request about the city's 2022 Climate Action Plan, or CAP. I'm requesting that the 2025 priorities include a CAP dashboard and an update plan for the city's greenhouse gas emissions inventory. The 2020 CAP itself is a long-term priority that the City Council committed to. That means we need oversight and accountability in the form of a dashboard to track each action in the CAP. We also need emissions inventory updates. This helps us see if various types of emissions in the city are going down as a result of doing the CAP actions. It's like planning for retirement. You need a plan, but then you have to keep checking on how you're doing. If you wait too long to see if your retirement funds are growing fast enough, it makes it hard to catch up if you're too far behind. Same thing with emissions. My requests for the CAP are fund a full-time sustainability manager whose sole focus is sustainability. Many cities have one. 2, have a CAP dashboard in place by the end of this year. Director Rena Brio said city staff is on track for that, so please continue your support of that. And 3, plan for the next emissions inventory report so that it'll be completed in time to provide the data we need to develop the 2030 CAP update. These will support a 2024 priority, which was improving communication to residents about city issues and long-term plans. And it'll help the city reach the strategic outcome of trusted, engaged city government. Please take a look at the email that I sent with more details. In closing, studies show most people in the U.S. support climate policies, but they think most people don't. Now that you know the facts, I urge you to give the CAP the support it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Vikas, followed by Edward Strine online.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Vikas Gupta. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I am not representing the Commissioner myself as a Commissioner today. I am representing the Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation, of which I am the President. Firstly, I want to thank you for prioritizing ISC and getting some momentum behind rebuilding it. So thank you very much for that. I also want to thank City Manager Joanne Grogan, for an excellent hire in Mr. Damon Sparcino as the new Parks and Rec Director. It's been amazing working with him, and there's a lot of push from him, and I don't think we've seen as much activity on the IC rebuild in the last 20 years as since his joining. And then lastly, lastly but not least, I do want to thank Project Manager Carolyn McDowell for her work on the project, and I think things are coming along really well, and they're working really well, both Mr. Sparcino and the Project Manager Carolyn, with the aquatics community, the 3 clubs that used to swim at the ISC, and the foundation. So they're doing an excellent job working with them. They're very approachable, and there's a good, real engagement on that front. So I'm really requesting here, I'm really expressing my gratitude here and asking for your continued support and prioritization of rebuilding the ISC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Edward Strine.
Yeah, I know that manufacturing is coming back ever since the tariffs have been announced the other day, and auto industry is starting to come back for manufacturing jobs in the United States. I also heard that NVIDIA wants to also bring back, I believe, some manufacturing, and they're putting more money into that. And I was thinking maybe they could talk to the people at Related, since Related wants that first phase to be for manufacturing at the groundbreaking. I know that Related had mentioned, it was a representative at the Northside Library, that they're going to, I guess, hear more first quarter this year, but I guess it's been delayed to later on this year till we hear more about whether or not there's going to be a groundbreaking for that manufacturing phase of it. And hopefully that happens, and then maybe another 10 years when the Super Bowl comes back, maybe we will have retail and restaurant, and maybe that'll help fund the city again. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much. Oh, really quick, I'm sorry. Arcimoto and Aptera Motors. They were talking to somebody had talked about, I guess, smaller carbon footprint. Aptera Motors is a hybrid with solar and electric, and you get 40 free miles of driving every day, and they're out of Carlsbad, California. If somebody wants to contact Aptera Motors, maybe they could also bring manufacturing up here. Arcimoto is all electric, but it's a very small vehicle. That'd be a small footprint. So that might help as far as a smaller carbon footprint in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any other
We have one more
public?
speaker, Linda
Oh, yes. Come
Kemper.
forward, please.
So I wanted just to ask how much federal money is impacting the city? Because if we're supposed to be getting some grants or some federal money and we don't,
what happens then?
Okay, is there anybody else?
Those are all the public comments for now.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving into our short presentations. Maria, you want to pull the deck back up for us? Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Liz Klotz, Assistant City Manager. Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about Measure I, giving you a really brief overview on our planning efforts right now. As Javon mentioned, we will be going into a detailed discussion on Tuesday. We'll be asking for some direction from the council on certain items. So let's get started. As most everybody knows, on November 4th, the voters approved a $400 million bond measure that will support our public facilities and infrastructure. This will provide reliable infrastructure for our community and improve our city services for our residents. Measure I requires that the city comply with an adopted expenditure plan and also form an oversight committee. Here's a summary of our expenditure plan of how that $400 million was going to be allocated. It was about $140 million for fire stations and emergency response, $115 for parks, libraries, senior center, and aquatics, $46 million for storm drain system improvements, $44 for police facilities, $41 for streets and transportation, and $9.2 million for our historic buildings and beautification. The expenditure plan also lists out the detailed one that you'll see in your report on Tuesday, very specific projects and certain park improvements, such as ISC and other parks, some fire stations. So we will go over that on Tuesday so you can see that detailed out a little further. So in preparation for Measure I, the city is forming a governance structure to ensure streamlined coordination for our city departments. First, we'll have an internal leadership team. This will be composed of a capital projects program manager, the director of public works, and the finance director. We are currently recruiting for that capital projects program manager position. It's going to be open for another 2 weeks, and hopefully we get that position filled quickly. That position will be responsible for coordinating across multiple city departments to manage project objectives, project schedules, priorities, and the budget. They will also be responsible for presenting to our oversight committee and the city council. There is also our bond administration team. This consists of the finance director, our bond counsel, which is Jones Hall, and our municipal advisor, public financial management. This team will ensure that we remain in legal compliance with all of our bond requirements. Okay, we are currently recruiting for our bond compliance oversight committee right now. The recruitment ends, I believe, at the end of this month. We currently have about 30 applicants. In each of the, we have 7 residents. It's going to consist of 9 members, 7 residents, 1 small business, 1 large business. For the 7 residential, we have representatives, about 4 from each district right now, at least 4. So some have 6 or 7. And so we will be coming back on Tuesday to ask for some direction on whether or not we want to select those residents by district, or do we want them all to be at large. Another direction we'll be seeking is the term limits for those positions. And just to summarize what the committee is responsible, they will be ensuring that the projects are in alignment with our expenditure plan. They'll review annual audits, make plan amendments, and also make recommendations to the council on plan amendments, and then also just keep the public informed about what's going on. Okay, and so just to kind of give you a high level of the bond issuance process, it's a phased process. We want to make sure that whatever bonds or taxes that we levy, we can spend within the 3-year time period. So first, we're going to identify that the infrastructure and capital projects that we want, that we think we can accomplish in the next 3 years, estimate those costs, and then the city council will need to adopt a resolution authorizing a tax levy. We expect to do that this June, so that the tax levy will be, or those taxes will be placed on the December 1st tax bills. All right, and this is our capital projects delivery strategy. So we've formed a process to kind of categorize projects in three categories. Type 1 are design-ready projects. These are ready to proceed immediately. Think roadway paving, ADA trail rehabilitation. Type 2 projects are projects that will need to be in design phase. These are larger, multi-year projects requiring additional design work. These are park improvements, pump stations, or fire stations. And then type 3 projects are those that require planning and feasibility. They will require additional studies and assessments to determine where we can go before we go into design, and these would be our police facilities, libraries, historic buildings, and park projects that we have not yet identified. So here's kind of a schedule of some of the activities and meetings that we'll have over the next few months. Our priorities right now is making sure we get that committee formed, ensuring that our council and our committee are trained up on their fiduciary duties as over the bond measure. And then we're also prioritizing the projects that we're going to bring forward and have those taxes levied this summer. And that's all I have for.
Comments or questions? We can just ask.
We don't want to do that,
Okay.
actually.
All right. Okay.
I have a ton, but yeah, we don't want to do that.
Got it.
Good day, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, and today I'm just here to give you an update on the Rainbow Crosswalk project. So I'll run through some of the background on the project, go through artwork, some of the locations considered, as well as discussions that happened at the Cultural Commissions Committee meeting. As you recall, Council directed staff to take a look at installing a rainbow crosswalk. As you recall, the initial request came in for the area at El Camino and Scott by the Chick-fil-A, but Council's direction to staff was to also look at other options to locate it in the city, places that were more visible to pedestrians. The budget that was set aside was $100,000. And the work would complete identification of not only locations, but also the type of artwork. And it was brought forward to the Cultural Commission. So in terms of the installation, the artwork itself is not regulatory, so you need to fit it in to the standard crosswalk regulatory striping. And so in doing so, we're looking at locations that were more than average pedestrian activity, somewhat lower vehicle volumes and speeds. And we felt that mid-block or uncontrolled crosswalks were good just because they provided added visibility. In doing so, we looked at a number of locations and different artwork, and we ultimately settled on 2 recommended locations that I'll go through. The first being the area of Monroe Street at Franklin Street. You see the pictures to the left, a street view, and then an aerial view to the right. This location was selected because it is a visible area. Also, there's a lot of activity that happens around Franklin Square that includes the Parade of Champions, Farmers Market, street dance, and a number of other things. The second location was over by City Hall and the Triton Museum on Warburton. And you see in the picture on the left is the crosswalk that connects the Triton to City Hall with an aerial view on the right. Obviously, a number of people pass through there on a daily basis, and it's by the Triton Museum and City Hall, so we thought that was a good visual place for it. So in terms of the artwork, it was a rainbow crosswalk that was being recommended to install, and that incorporates the LGBTQIA plus color scheme. And you see the list of colors there, as well as the meaning behind the colors. And on the right is a picture of the flag for the Pride flag raising ceremony. So the goal was to incorporate and simplify that color scheme, something that could be made into a crosswalk. So here's the first artwork sample. It was taking the color scheme and installing it longitudinally in the crosswalk. So it was parallel with the pedestrian travel. Sample 2 was the ladder style crosswalk where the color scheme was perpendicular to the path of travel. And ultimately, staff settled on this as a final recommendation for both the location and the artwork. So this was the area at Monroe and Franklin Street. Felt that the volumes and the speeds were good. It was uncontrolled, so it would add added visibility. And as I mentioned, all the different events that happen around Franklin Square. And ultimately, the latter crosswalk was selected in terms of the staff recommendation. So that was brought forward to the Cultural Commission, and so there was a good discussion that took place at that meeting. There was a dialogue about the original location that was recommended, and staff talked to the committee about the location being in Caltrans right-of-way there at Scott and El Camino, and not having full control of that. So ultimately, they recognized that, but in doing so, they also were still kind of looking for something in that area, and so they recommended the crosswalk further down the street by Anna Drive, and that's a signalized, and there's 4 crosswalks there. I'll show you a picture of it next. But ultimately, they took a vote. They opted to select as a first choice the revised location they provided, but then also commented that they would be okay in terms of a second choice on the Monroe Street and the Franklin. In terms of the artwork, they did like the staff recommendation of the latter crosswalk incorporating the color scheme. And so this is the location on Scott Boulevard and Anna Drive that the Cultural Commission looked at. Again, this is further down the street from the original location at El Camino and Scott. So those were the options presented. Those were the results of the meeting with the Cultural Commission. Ultimately, in terms of next step, we would need to bring it back to council for approval on the final location as well as the final artwork. Depending on when we get that approval, is something we would look to install summer or fall of 2025. And so with that, we'll save questions for later. Okay, that sounds good. Moving right along. So the bikeway study policy. Hey, I like this. We'll keep it going.
That was on one of
Can we
our
try this at the
stickums
next
on the
council
wall.
meeting?
Said, just go along with staff. Go along with staff. We learned that earlier.
Very supportive.
So the bikeway study policy update, as you recall, March 4th, when we brought forward the Lick Mill De La Cruz Scott Bike Lane project, there was a discussion around policy and the potential for developing a policy focusing on bike lanes that address the operational issues related to their implementation as well as the maintenance. And so staff walked away from that meeting and said, okay, we'll take a look at, in terms of scope and budget, what we might be able to propose a plan and move forward with something like it. So we talked with our internal staff, talked with others, experts in the field, and ultimately settled on developing in general a scope that had the ability to create a council policy for future bike studies that may require lane or parking removals. Part of that study could include thresholds in terms of what could constitute city staff approval, city manager approval, and then what would be the ones that may need to go up for city council approval. So this study would look into those options. We would also take a look at informing and providing information on implementing the parking protected bike lanes. There was discussion about how those are maintained in terms of the leaf as well as because they carry water during the storm events. And you see in the bottom right, there's a picture of the parking protected bike lanes that were discussed at the last meeting. The bike lanes on those are up against the curb. So that's what constituted some of the discussion that took place. So overall, we felt that we could put together a study and talking with the consultants that could be upwards with an estimated cost of approximately $150,000. This is a robust study and includes community outreach, BPAC meetings, BPAC involvement. We would look at incorporating some of the lessons learned from the past studies that we've done and the past communications with the city council. Obviously, this would be coordinated with the council, And then we would do the parking protected bike lane analysis in terms of the maintenance questions that were raised. In terms of a schedule, depending on when we get funded and could get started, we figure this could be a 12 to 18 month process. That includes all the necessary public outreach. It also includes developing the scope for this document and procuring the consultant through the competitive process that the city must follow. So in terms of the next steps with this project, it would be to identify the funding, develop that scope of work, go out for the RFP, and then select a consultant. So that concludes my presentations. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
We're just going to let that sit on the screen, right?
What's that?
We'll just
Take
let that
that
sit on the
off.
screen.
Okay, and I will close out the staff presentation by discussing our budget. And so the bike study is one of the many items that we need to talk about. But the council will have a number of meetings with regard to budget adoption. And so that begins this month, April 29th. There will be a meeting where you will discuss your municipal fee schedule. We will also talk about youth sport fees at that same meeting. And then on May 1st, we will release the proposed biannual budget. And so as the council knows, we adopt a 2-year operating budget. And because we're mid-cycle with our 2-year capital budget, there are typically mid-cycle updates to the capital budget. And then we are planning 2 study sessions with the city council, one on May 13th, the other on May 27th. And in taking feedback from the city council in prior years, we want to schedule your final review and adoption on June 10th, which is this meeting before the last meeting by which you have to adopt in order to have an adopted budget by July 1, the start of the fiscal year. And so that is your schedule. We did have some high-level presentations by our finance director planned for today, but in lieu of the time and wanting to continue to move forward, we're going to push that because we'll be talking about those at these meetings. So with that, we do want to just take a brief moment and talk about some of our budget balancing strategies and what we're calling a fiscal sustainability project that we need to launch here. As we know, we have had a structural deficit. If you would have saw the plan, we are in the process of updating the city's 10-year forecast. The good news is that it looks better than it has in prior years. The bad news is that there still remains a lot that's not in the plan, right? We don't have enough funding to restore all of our frozen positions that were frozen during the pandemic. We do not have enough money to add new positions and new services, a lot of which are desired by the community and the council. We currently have a number of labor agreements that have started to be negotiated. And depending on where those land, that could add additional costs to our 10-year forecast. We also have issues with our pension liability. We're slightly underfunded based on the state average. We have additional capital maintenance costs, and I think we know that well. Santa Clara has not had the resources to proactively put money into our capital reserve fund, and so we need to do that. We don't have a FF&E, a fixture, furniture, and equipment fund. Right, when we look across the city, we have a lot of tables, desks, and chairs, and none of that is in a reserve fund. And so we have to pay for that with one-time savings. And so as that dries up, and as we rebuild our 10-year forecast, we would like to build that into the forecast. And so what we have historically done is we've done what a lot of cities have done. We've had to make some tough ongoing decisions on using our revenues, implementing quick revenue solutions. We've been to the voters for increase in our TOT, and we've had to reduce costs. And so one of the things that we've also been able to do is this city has an amazing history of having a 25% general fund reserve. So the great news is we entered the pandemic with about an $80 million reserve, and it's so thankful that we've had that, because we didn't immediately have to go to laying off staff and cutting services to the community. And so we've been in a process of building back that 25% reserve, and we know all of the national and actually global news that's just making the rounds today and yesterday. And so the good news is that we will be back at a 25% reserve, and so we are stable. but the reality is we're not sustainable. And that's where we come into the fiscal sustainability project, because the reality is there's not everything that we need to do is actually even on the balance sheet now. We have known knowns that aren't in our forecast. We have known unknowns where we know the thing is broke, but we have yet to study it to put a number to it. And so we're working on adjusting our 10-year forecast to fully reflect our need and intend on launching a fiscal sustainability project next calendar year that will look to address our budgetary shortfalls on a more systematic basis. It will look to provide capacity to fund our service needs and our infrastructure needs, and also provide capacity for that growth and expansion of city services that we need. We know that a number of our services, including public safety, need to grow as the community grows. And so what the graphic up there shows is that there's going to come out of this project a host of strategies. We're going to put everything in the hopper, everything from revenue enhancements to expenditure reductions to potentially service eliminations, to say, you know what, we've provided that service, but maybe we don't provide that service in the future. And also look at service delivery model changes, delivery model changes, shifting how we provide that service. And so there is no silver bullet, but we know that we need to provide the council and the community with a full comprehensive palette of strategies. And then frankly, in this project, with an implementation action plan, to not just have a plan that we go through the tough community conversations and policy setting process, but actually land with the next phase being launched, which is an implementation action plan that it very systematically programs out when we will start to implement these strategies. And so we are in the process of developing an RFP because we know that there's a robust consultant analysis that's needed, as well as carving out some of our staff time in the finance department, but frankly, all of our departments to support this. And we're looking to begin that work as soon as we conclude this biannual budget adoption. Because we have time, great news, we're stable, but the reality is we're not sustainable. So with that, I want to summarize our staff's key focus areas for 2025 and 2026. And so as we prepared to talk to you today, we really coalesced on what are our focus areas as a staff? What are we really focused on and concentrating our time on? And really, we came up with 5 things. Measure I-bond implementation. The public and you have placed significant trust in this organization, and it is incumbent upon us to meet that challenge and to rise to the occasion so that we begin the implementation of those projects and frankly spend the money as fast as possible, because everything is cheaper today than it will be tomorrow. Second, we recognize that we are a community that said yes to the stadium. And so we will have global events that are coming here in 2026. All eyes will be on Santa Clara, and we want to put our foot first. We want to appropriately plan, and we are the lead law enforcement agency, and our police department and fire department are doing great work at that. So we want to show up and meet that challenge as well as that opportunity. Next is economic development, with establishing an economic development director, but frankly, coalescing all of our efforts around economic development. And we've had the benefit of location, and we've done some great work to attract amazing companies here. But we all collectively realize that we need to develop a robust economic development program. And so we're working hard on that fiscal sustainability project I've just talked about. And then everything you've already referred to us. They're on our work program where they're actionalized, and we want to keep making progress and report on that progress. And then the last thing we went through earlier today, which are existing organizational initiatives and projects, because as professional staff that lead this organization, we recognize that part of our job is to continue to move the organization forward, and already have a number of projects going forward to do that, and so we want to keep focused on those. That said, we are here to serve at your direction. And so as a city manager, as a city attorney, and all of our department heads, we wanted to give you a presentation to let you know what we're working on, give you an update on what you referred to us, and let you know where we think we should be pushed or directed in the next year. But through this process, you're the decider. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Javon. All right, I'm grab the back, thanks. All right, so I'm on, I think, right? You guys can hear me okay? Okay, good. All right, so wanted to start off with kind of sharing what I heard which was separate from Jovan's presentation, just for the record. So as I mentioned at the start of our day, we had the chance to all have conversations when we first began this process, began planning for today. And there were some striking themes that really jumped out. And so I want to kind of frame those, but then talk about what that looks like and have the conversation if there are other things that are missing. But really talk about this next 12 months. What does success look like? What do you want to prioritize? That was some of the expectation setting at the beginning of our day. So I want to talk about them. So here are the things that came out as themes, meaning that I heard them from multiple people over the course of the conversations that I had. So first of all, I think most people led with the fact that we have these big things coming, the Super Bowl and FIFA, and that there was a recognition that that's going to take time and attention to focus on that and how to make sure that you do that in a way that is intentional, that really showcases the city and provides, leans in on the opportunity as opposed to just the challenges that are necessary with having such major events. So those were major themes. Of course, the bond measure as well. Having just passed that and something you're very proud of, that's a lift. And wanting to make sure that there's a spotlight on that. And we heard in the presentation update, there's a whole lot that touches into that. For each of these major areas, we're going to talk more about what does that look like in terms of specific ideas. And so I don't want to get people concerned that we're not going to specifics. But the bond measure implementation and making sure that that is advanced in the way that you've committed to the voters is a priority. Lots of interest around economic development, and it may be a reflection of having a new director, but certainly an energy and opportunity that came through in the interviews that we held. So talking about business growth and expansion, and that's the big industry opportunities, but also supporting local businesses too, the smaller businesses. Doing process improvement, and I know some of this work is already underway, and Jovan provided an update in his comments. But also an appreciation for the need to be efficient and consistent in the delivery of permits and planning and these sorts of things. Oh, my internet connection is unstable. I won't take that personally. And then lastly, we heard the downtown planning and the tentacles that touches and advancing that in the direction forward. Climate action plan, making sure to keeping progress and focus on elements of the action plan to not lose momentum, also something that was identified as an important priority. And then my words, foundational priorities, but kind of the themes around maintaining quality, consistent service delivery in light of all these other things and addressing the financial structural imbalance of the city and making sure that that remains on the sight line. So those were the broad brushstrokes, the themes that I heard in terms of areas of interest and focus for this next 12-month cycle. So a couple things. I want to bring us back to our new friend, the chart that I showed you this morning, because as I was listening to Jovan provide his presentation, I think it was clarifying for me, and I hope for you as well, that all of the work plan items, those priorities, that 43 list of areas of interest that you have identified and prioritized in the past collectively are all those things that are politically acceptable. These are the things that you have said, yes, we want to move forward with on those. And they are incorporated into the city's work plan, and they are moving forward at different paces depending on what they are and depending on the resources, dollars, and staff that are available, which is the other side of the circle here, which is that administrative sustainability. And so I wanted to illustrate the point that those things that you've already directed staff to do are getting integrated. Those are part of the work plan as resources are available. What we want to talk about today is that middle window. What are the things that 12 months from now you want to make sure you've invested time, energy, and resources in to get results? And so kind of operationalizing the priorities of the past sessions that have been held, talking about what's most important for the next 12 months. So I wanted to bring this slide back just as that reminder, but I thought it was helpful to think about the update that he provided in the context of, yes, we want things to happen. How are we going to fund them and move them forward on the work plan? So with that, this is a lot of words on a slide, and apologies for that, but I wanted to have kind of a shared conversation around the potential for priorities. And this is not the answer, but this is what I heard, and so it's a jumping off point. And so let me just get us all oriented to what's here, and then we can talk about them. So we framed them based on those broad buckets that Jovan started his presentation with around excellent city services, reliable infrastructure, outstanding quality of life, and thriving community. Just kind of listening to his presentation, I thought that things I heard really align quite nicely with those, and so that's why we set it up there. So the items in those boxes are the same themes I heard, right? So maintaining quality core services and financial sustainability, those are important to excellent city services. Implementing the bond measure, that's important to reliable infrastructure. Implementing the climate action plan, advancing that part of the quality of life efforts. And then the things related to economic development and all those big energies really reflect on thriving community. And so tried to provide a framework for us to have this conversation. So the discussion is, and then of course the major event planning, which doesn't fall into a bucket, it underpins all of the things that you will be focusing on over the next 12 months. And so want to have, first of all, a conversation and a reaction on these elements here. Are there major things missing, and we want to talk about what those look like? Yes, please.
I think under thriving community, we should also have small business retention, which also, works in with process improvements and expansion, but retaining what we have now as they're struggling and facing challenges in our community.
Okay. Did I see a hand over here? I didn't. So part of what I'm interested in is, first of all, do these feel like the large things? And then I want to talk about what does that look like, right? And so we can supplement it and provide clarity around that, but also talk about what are the things you want to, 12 months from now, be able to say, we did this, right? We heard a lot of that early this morning.
So I think a lot of our attention will be devoted to Super Bowl and FIFA. And, the 49ers have done these economic studies showing that, there's billions of dollars of economic advantage from having the stadium, from hotels and sales and restaurants, but we haven't done our own. And so I think as part of our fiscal sustainability project, we should be looking at how much money are we actually making from TOT taxes, from those events in particular, because it doesn't seem like we're going to make very much money off of the stadium directly. I mean, it might be just a wash because the host committee is going to backstop any losses. So I think it's important for us to track the externalities, the side benefits of having these big events. They're going to consume so much of our attention. And then I know years ago for fiscal sustainability, we looked at various options for revenue generation, a business license tax, increasing our TOT. And there's other things like a document transfer tax. I don't want to tax our way out of our financial issues. And I think we should look at where we can be more efficient with the money, but I'm looking at deficits going forward, and the document transfer tax seemed to be a pretty appealing solution for that.
So under the financial sustainability elements, making sure that a part of that is evaluating impact of major events, but also looking at revenue options and how to utilize some of those options for balancing future budgets. Is that right? Okay, so that's kind of what success would look like in those areas from your perspective. That's great. Kevin.
So I just want to say that reliable infrastructure has to exist outside of bond measure implementation, meaning that if we cannot get reliable infrastructure without having a bond measure, we should be looking at ways to not need a bond measure ever again. I think that if we had ways of supporting our infrastructure and doing, our capital projects, we wouldn't have needed this bond measure. And now that we have the bond measure, if we're only looking at the bond measure as the method to achieve reliable infrastructure, we're going to be in this exact same position again. And we need to get out of this. We need to see where the bond measure helps us, but we need to have a plan outside of bond measures to get reliable infrastructure so that we don't have losses like the swim center ever again.
Okay, and so maybe that actually falls also within the maintaining core services. That's reliable infrastructure as well, right? So you're doing, as Jovan had mentioned, you're putting away set-asides for investing in maintenance and repair and things before it becomes a big problem.
Understood, and I did make a note of that in my notes as well. But again, when I see reliable infrastructure and the only thing that it's tied to is bond measure implementation, it makes me very concerned that the people don't realize that they're linked, but we need something beyond bond measure implementation, beyond bond measure to get reliable infrastructure.
No, perfectly true. And just to clarify, this was just me taking the major themes that I heard and trying to organize them around those big mechanisms. But absolutely, you're saying in terms of the importance of investing in infrastructure ongoing. Okay? Yeah, Karen.
I'm looking at the process improvements, and I'm not real clear if that's the city's processes, if that's staff's, if that's council's. When we talk about a thriving community, I think that's a little nebulous, but maybe even doesn't even belong there. I'm not real clear because if it's talking about the city, it would be under excellent city services. So that's why I wanted to understand that.
Right. So no, great question. So this is just me trying to organize some of the things I heard. In the themes around the importance of economic development, I heard in the conversations the importance of investing in process improvement in the city's process to make sure that it's quicker, it's consistent, it's clear, it's supportive of business, both small and large. And so that was the context that I heard that. It may mean something else, and we can talk about it, but that was what I heard. And so the only reason why I, dropped it here was because it was tied to the economic development. It absolutely could be a part of excellent city services, for sure, absolutely. And please don't get overly hung up on where I've placed them, because that's just a construct for conversation. The important part is, the pieces that are in there. What does success look like, and what do you want to accomplish in the next 12 months? So, thank you. Yep. Other comments, reactions? Kind of big picture, first of all. Yeah, go ahead, Albert.
I would just say that as far as what's going to get everything done is going to be an investment in our staff, whether it's more staff or how that looks. But I think underlying, we don't have to put it on there, but how does that look as far as understanding we're going to have to invest in our staff, making sure that if we're over leveraged in some areas that, we were hiring more staff. So how is that going to look, and how is that going to, one of the first things that you put up in today was opportunities and challenges. Obviously, that's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge how we address the opportunities we have. And the staff in our team are really going to be the ones striving and helping us get all these things implemented. I would agree as far as the bond measure. The past bond measure was probably about 3x. Or it should be a part of it, 3x as far as the need that we have, right? So how do we look towards, capital financial stability or capital, I don't know what you would call it, but to make sure that, you're putting money away. And I think Jovan mentioned, like an FFE fund or something where you have money set aside to make sure that, our chairs are not breaking or things like that. But yeah.
Yeah.
But,
so it's almost like the financial sustainability planning. You want to do infrastructure sustainability, right? So
correct.
You have it, that it's reliable and such. And, that becomes kind of an element of asset management and how you're focused on that. So I'm hearing energy around infrastructure broadly defined in terms of an area of. Are there just general comments? Yeah, Kelly.
Regarding the question, what does success look like? I think in most of these, the public feels like there was transparency and input in all of that, so an ethical consideration of all of it. And I know that we might intrinsically believe that that's built into it, but I think specifically considering ethics in all of these priorities is a huge part.
So maintaining that transparency and openness in the work that's being done. Are there things that are important to you that aren't reflected here that we should be talking about?
I mean, I hear Councilmember Gonzalez's concerns, and I agree. I think that success will be on the backs of staff, and I think this is very important. I hear about all the tasks that we have to do. I saw the second picture of an iceberg, and I think that we need to remember what even engineering was like. I mean, in the tech sector, we hear people, the heads of companies, saying that, well, you know, this next new technological thing is just around the corner, and we need people to work 60 to 80 hours a week to get this done. And I don't think that this is something that we're going to look towards. But I remember what things were like 100 years ago. Well, a generation ago, when I was coming up through engineering, and we understood that 80% full in terms of our time was a full-time job. We had time to go to have water cooler meetings, and people thought that wasn't being productive, but that actually contributed to quality of life. And I don't think people realize this, but the 20% projects that companies, big companies, have fooled us into thinking are extra optional things that we want to fill our times with, having only 80% full meant that we had time for improvement, that we had time for fires. We always said that out-of-process events, out-of-process tasks are built into the schedule. And if you are 100% full all the time, then there is no chance for problems. There is no opportunity for problems to get solved. There is no time for improvements. And I think we need to realize that, you know, salaries, they're good, but people aren't going to, salaries don't necessarily move progress forward as much as people do. And unless we prioritize personnel, you know, more personnel over simply higher salaries, I don't know that we're going to get away from this work deficit that we've put ourselves into by pretending that everyone needs to be 100%, you know, fully occupied in order to justify a salary. I think that, again, it's not just livable wages that staff and people are asking for. We're also asking for livable schedules, and we're looking for time to spend on improvement. Thank you.
So you asked what's missing from this, and I think what's missing from this is our commitment to the people that are really hurting, the unhoused people, the people that are just living, you know, just trying to make their rent, and they're worried every night about how they're going to make their rent. And so I think that's what's missing here.
I assume when we're talking about this, we're talking about all departments of our city, like the Stadium Authority and Silicon Valley Power, because Silicon Valley Power and the future of that, of our electric utility, is going to have a lot to do with our business growth and expansion. I mean, it's all connected, but I just want to point that out, that we're talking about all of our departments and enterprises.
No, that's right. And using Silicon Valley Power, one of the things I heard about and we talked about in some of the interviews that we had was, that the care and feeding of that is important because it's such an important asset for attracting, growing, maintaining business and for the community, right, for the residents and the benefits that it creates for the residents.
And our general fund.
And the general fund.
Let's not mention, right?
Yeah, all roads lead back to financial sustainability planning. Okay, so what's missing here? So services and priority placed on the underserved in the community, the unhoused, or those who need additional services. Right. Okay. Are there? So you want to talk a little bit more about that in terms of what that would look like? in terms of a priority, as a part of making sure that it stays in focus, as a part of core services provided by the city, or is it something different than that?
I had mentioned this earlier, other cities are looking at basic income. Other cities have permanent supportive housing. We're just trying to do this one interim supportive housing project, but it's only for families. What are we going to do with unhoused singles? So there's a lot of work to do. And, the county is really our basic essential services for people, but they don't cover all of this. So other cities like Mountain View, I believe, are doing a lot more than we are.
We have issues like affordable housing and traffic and all those types of things. I'm, again, going to think that's under quality of life for our residents, core services, housing, traffic, safety, public safety, which is huge for our residents. That's one of the #1 things that they love about our city is it's a safe city, and public safety, police and fire are important. So that's all under that one bucket, our excellent city services.
No, that's right. Well, so let's do this. Let's kind of go through these different areas and talk about what it means to you collectively, and how that fits in, again, kind of going back, since we all know the iceberg, what are the things that over the course of the next 12 months you want to do that is contributing to something beyond the basic services, right? And so that's where we want to go. That's the priority emphasis. So first of all, starting on that first one, so maintaining quality of life and core services, in light of all the things that are going on. You mentioned that looks like public safety, that looks like maintaining focus on traffic concerns. Other things, social services.
It's not just our residents have high expectations because they've gotten high quality services in return from the city. So we have to provide more than just regular services. We have high quality services, and we must maintain that no matter what we do, because that's important for our community.
Other comments on that?
I would agree that our residents do expect that there are many things that our staff goes above and beyond. Example of our sewer clean out, if somebody calls, they go in and help these residents, and that's something a lot of cities don't do. And when we talk about maintaining that, it is a very high bar.
Well, and I think, I'd offer this, and Javon, feel free to chime in if you have thoughts on this too, is that as you are having conversations around financial sustainability planning and doing that work, part of that conversation is likely to be level of service, right? And so if you want to maintain high level of service, okay, and if that becomes an expectation of council reflective of the community, then that points you to different directions around strategies to balance. And so looking at other alternatives for revenue sources, shifting other areas of responsibility to other agencies or other providers potentially, there's lots of ways to do that. But that, I think, becomes a part of the conversation you're having when you're doing financial sustainability planning, which we've heard is a priority for the staff. Come on.
Yeah. I think based on a summary of comments, potentially under excellent city services, adding a bullet in the middle that is prioritize services for those most in need, because I think that could capture a lot, right, when we're talking about the homeless. It's prioritizing services for the homeless, but it's also prioritizing services for our residents that are most impacted by homelessness too, and we've talked a lot about that, that really some parts of our community are more impacted by RV parking. And so we want to prioritize services there. So that's one suggestion. The other is under reliable infrastructure, potentially adding enhanced planned investments in maintenance and infrastructure, getting at a component of the fiscal sustainability plan, but we need to carve out additional funds so we're saving and putting things away and not just relying on the bond funds.
Feel comfortable with those adjustments, and yeah, that addresses the interest. Okay. All right. I mean, these are, jumping off points they touch a lot of things, each of them individually, and so that's why I wanted to have space for some conversation around them and getting clarification around what's most important to all of you. Is there anything else related to excellent city services, focusing on maintaining core services while all of the other stuff is going on, focusing on how you're going to be sustainable financially and maintain the level of service that your residents have come to expect, right? And then the addition that Jovan added in terms of how to prioritize service areas that meet the needs of those who may not have a voice in some of this otherwise. Other thoughts or comments under that area? Let's go through, so if we're talking about the next 12 months, what does that look like 12 months from now under excellent city services with those things in mind? What do you want to be saying, we did this, right? I mean, we heard that at the beginning of the day. We want to focus on the things we can get done and prioritize. What does that look like?
Having the excellent city services in light of all the other things that we're doing. Right? With the major event planning, with the bond measure implementation, with climate action, it's like maintaining the high quality of city services at the same time, and that's a challenge, especially with our vacancy rates with our employees and the fact that we have asked them to do a lot with a lot less people and a lot less staff. So that in itself is a massive balancing act for our staff in the next year plus.
Yeah, and uncertainty on the horizon, right? In terms of
uncertainty financially.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody have anything you'd add on that?
We have plenty to do. That's the point.
Right. No, exactly. Well, and that's what I heard in the conversation was like, we have a lot of things, we are moving in a direction. Like, this is not, I didn't hear anyway, and please, share if you feel differently, that this is not a moment of pivot, that we're headed in the wrong direction. It's a moment of staying focused and moving forward in light of the big things on the horizon. I mean, that's kind of what came through in my listening, but I want to make sure that I'm not hearing it correctly. So let's look at, reliable infrastructure. Obviously, as you heard already, you're going to have more information coming forth. There's an expenditure plan oversight committee that will be involved. Lots of investment in energy to get that off the ground and make progress in executing on those projects. It's going to hit certain departments more than others, right? You can imagine. But also anticipating and making sure that you're setting yourself up for future success with intentional planning and anticipating the resources that would be needed. Those are two big lifts under infrastructure potentially. What is that? Oh, we're updating it live. Excellent, excellent. Normally I would have Polly be doing this right here, but
wait, did we vote on that? Did we vote on that, City Manager? No.
Okay, so the bond measures. So she'll I'm sure add in that part about ongoing too. So thoughts. So again, kind of 12 months from now. And Raj, please chime in.
Raj is not with us.
Oh, he's not.
I mean,
here.
he's with us, but he's not.
Quiet.
He's asleep away. He's still with us, though.
Oh, no, he's with us, you guys.
He is with us. I was going to say that, but no.
Moment of silence. Well, and he'll have an opportunity. This is be coming back to you in a report to weigh in on these things too. Thank you. Okay, so infrastructure. What does success look like 12 months from now? We're coming back together and saying we did things.
Our first projects are on the way.
Okay, we got stuff happening.
Under construction to show the community what they're paying for.
Okay, yes. So some of those that were projects were ready to start, that they're started.
That we've started the ones we can start, that we're the tier one, and that we have a design and a plan that we can even put up on our city website showing where we're at and where we're going and our time frame.
You have an oversight committee that is charged with watching this, right? Other thoughts? Success on infrastructure? No? Albert?
I would say that the community is understanding and aware of what's going on. So communication's key, and, you know, so our teams, whether we're building new websites or whatever we're doing, that, you know, they're definitely, the community is definitely understanding as far as where we're at, where we need input, you know, whatever it is that wherever we're in that process, that we're definitely aware that the community's getting notified, we're getting any input that we need, and that we're being as transparent as possible. Obviously, there might be some changes, you know, council might decide one night to change something around, but, you know, that the community is aware and has that.
Surprises.
Yeah, no surprise, and they're aware and able to provide the input that's needed.
Good. Kelly, any thoughts?
No, I think it's been covered. I think, like Javon said, there needs to be, in the financial planning right now, additional consideration for future infrastructure. And I think even in the oversight committee of the bond, when we think about planning and what we're going to do, our builds need to be sustainable. I know, talking to the former Parks and Rec director, when we looked at the swim center, it was not built for sustainability. There was no plan of it being a lasting or revitalized building. And so as we look forward, we make those changes now, and we consider those things as we develop.
Yeah, that's good. And then you go back to those roles, right? We're keeping both the trustee and the vision role in view. You're not losing sight of the big picture, long-term planning for these. I mean, I think that you will find that the conversations that surround the financial and sustainability planning and in the model building in these long-term obligations can be really intentional and helpful conversation. Okay, so enhanced planned investments for maintenance and infrastructure. So incorporating that into that area of their activity. Quality of life. And so, you know, in the themes I heard about the climate action plan, and of course there's specific things that are, I'm sure, of interest within. Let's talk about what success looks like. You know, like infrastructure, I'm sure there are other things that are of interest, but again, we're trying to do those things above and beyond, right? And we talked a little bit about prioritizing service for those most in need as a part of essential services. But are there other things that relate to this broad area, or just even talking about climate change? Yeah.
I think for quality of life, the Parks Master Plan is very key.
Okay. Keep that in view. Well, there were a number of quality of life things too, I think, in the regular ongoing priorities that Javon mentioned earlier. Okay, so Parks Master Plan. Mayor.
I was going to say, it says maintaining quality of life. Should that be under outstanding quality of life? And it's under excellent
Again,
city
this was just
services,
me
and I'm
taking
like,
the words that I heard.
Okay.
And trying to
All right.
organize them. But yeah, I mean, it could certainly go there.
I didn't want to like repeat all that to put in there. but
Right.
They're kind
Like,
of,
I think we talked about that already.
yeah.
Okay. Kevin? No, you're good? Okay. I know I saw a hand over here someplace.
I'm sorry. There was the idea of providing internet services. The city's looking at possibly doing some sort of dark fiber enhancements, because I think providing internet is like providing water and electricity nowadays. So it's a very basic service, quality of life.
Want to speak to that at all?
Agreed. When I look at these, I think council's sort of stepping up on the balcony, and they're not specific tasks and projects. And so I think that can be captured there. And staff started to annotate here. I think what we're going to do after this is come back to you in short order, you know, after today, and put this in a package that then council can formally adopt. But I hear that point, and I think we'll try and capture what's being said in more global, broader language.
No, for sure. Then this is part of the kind of the what comes next pieces, but taking these and translating them into a work plan, translating them into your budget conversations, translating them further is how this translates. We're not taking action today. We're just having some conversation around what's most important. All right. Anything else related to the climate action plan that you want to talk about? What does success look like, you know, in 12 months from now? Yeah, I figured.
Well, this is my main topic. But having that a greenhouse gas emissions dashboard in place is very key to that.
Right. And that's part of the list that's in, I think, in the work plan. Okay? All right. Let's talk about economic development and those pieces and what success looks like, what you hope to accomplish and celebrate 12 months from now, realistically. So there were a number of areas here, and we should add in, Maria, also the small business retention as an area of interest. Oh, it's there. Look at that. It's just like magic. So business growth, small business retention and expansion. Then the process improvements, which of course we also could put under the excellent city services. And then continuing the planning process for downtown.
I think under Thriving Community, we can really talk a little bit more as a top-level priority about community engagement too, and community participation, which might go into even outstanding quality of life, the events that we're doing in the city, how we get feedback from the community will apply to both of those categories.
Well, and community engagement too, related to infrastructure, right? And keeping people informed. So maybe it's about how you do business, right? And what that looks like around community engagement. Okay. Other comments on the economic development components? Really? What does success look like 12 months from now? What are you going to be so happy to be able to look back and be like, all right, we put this as a priority and this happened, Mayor?
Uptown, downtown, all the towns.
Okay.
Retaining retail, small businesses. I mean, that's a challenge for every community, but I think, giving our residents opportunities to shop, to dine, to play, to be entertained, that's important. So if we really focus on that, we'll have opportunities. I don't know if it'll be 12 months, but at least get it going.
Okay.
So that we see it in the future, because that's what makes a thriving community.
Right. The access to all of the business amenities and resources. Other thoughts or comments on this? No? Okay. Do these reflect the things that are top of mind? Share a little bit, and are things missing that we should be including? And then I'm going to ask you kind of reflect on individually, what are the things that are most important to you for getting results in the next 12 months? And we want to see where there is that alignment kind of within this framework of areas of interest. Because there seems to be, a fair amount of alignment in terms of staying the course, focusing on progress. And I want to make sure that I'm not misreading that actually is the case. Getting really quiet. Is this the mid-afternoon quiet?
Yes.
Or are we concerned?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good thing. Okay, well,
Missing something that you seem like you have a secret that you're not
No, I have
telling
no
us that we're
secret.
missing.
This just seems
You're
too
like,
easy.
is this it? Is this it? What are we missing?
I don't. This is my question for you. No, I mean, so here, let me just say, after I had my collective sets of interviews with each of you, I came away feeling like there's a lot of alignment on keeping focus and keeping progress, and I just want to make sure that is reflective of your experience, and that what's up on the board here really are those things that you need to spend time on, that you don't want to lose momentum on, and that staff can translate into what can we fund, what can we do, provide progress and updates on that. So. Okay. All right, so let's do this. So see, we could do a whole budget update. Okay, so I want to take a moment, and maybe we can even take a quick stretch if you want to have your brain think about this a little bit. Maybe we'll just do a quick one-function break to get you moving again, and then I want you to come back and be thinking about and ready to share what is the one thing you're most excited for celebrating 12 months from now. Because I want to kind of crystallize expectations and have a chance to talk about those from each other. And for staff here to be able to hear that, they're here to support your success and therefore the community's success. So I want you to think about, what is it? There are important things here, and I think it does provide a lot of clarity of focus, but let's name them a little bit. So we'll come back at, we'll say 25 after, just to give time for that thing, but 25 after, we're gonna all share our top thing for the next year that you're looking forward to celebrating. Does that sound good?
Do we have public comment after that, or after?
I think, is that right? After. Yeah, we'll do one more.
One more session and then after that? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep,
So 2:25.
2:25.
City Attorney, please report to the, what room is this?
I don't know.
The room.
Main room, the room with the action. All right, get my thing back, follow my instructions here. Okay, so to wind us out today, first of all, thank you all for, kind of having the conversation around the priorities, and I think my read on it was consistent with where you landed, which is great. And so to wrap us up today, I do want to just take a moment to just share, what are you most excited about for the next 12 months? I just think it's nice to get that into the room. And for staff to hear that.
It says unmute. Yeah, thank you.
All right, no problem. So we'll do that, and then we're going to just do that really quick, and then two other things. We're going to ask, to stay on task, right? To stay focused on those priorities. I'll ask, are there things you need from staff? And I'll also ask Jovan on behalf of staff, are there things that they need from you to be able to make sure you can stay focused and stay on priority going forward? And then we have a little wrap-up activity, and we will call her a wrap if we are good. Sound like a plan? Yes, that sounds great.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you had a task coming back off the break, which was to share the one thing that you're really focused on and want to be able to celebrate and acknowledge 12 months from now, or a year from now loosely. What is that thing? Who wants to go first?
I want to be celebrating that we got through and did a good job on the Super Bowl, and that we're prepared and ready to go for FIFA.
Nice. All right. Eye on the prize. Yeah, Mayor.
That I'd like to celebrate that we are in the midst of starting our bond projects, because this is something that actually gives back to our community, and that we have a plan for the expenditure of the millions so that people can our residents can get really excited about what's coming forward in terms of new infrastructure in our city.
Brought to you by Measure I.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay, very good. Kelly, you want to go next?
I'm going to piggyback on Councilmember Hardy's and say,
That was me.
that again, we will have successfully completed a fantastic Super Bowl, put Santa Clara on the map, worked collaboratively. The Super Bowl is awesome, gave us some money.
Give us some money, we're good. Yeah. There you go. You celebrate what's in the bank as a result, right? Okay. Sud, do you want to go?
Obviously, it's the Super Bowl, but since I have to add my own, I'm going to say the dashboard for the greenhouse gases.
Okay. All right. Kevin.
So it's going to be sports in general, I guess, meaning we would like to make sure that we have a successful Super Bowl, but success kind of means that we made a lot of money from the city, that the city was engaged, that the city had made a lot of revenue, but there's other things. There's FIFA, there's the swim center, there's the, even the Little League and the other sports that will be also affected by our priorities. I would like to see that we have successes all around in sports.
Okay. The year of sports. Year of sports. Okay. Sounds good. Albert.
I concur with everybody there, but definitely as far as like the swim center, that people are swimming there hopefully long before a year, but for sure that people are already there and enjoying the ICS.
Okay. Excellent. As a swim family, yes. Okay, and we can't ask Raj because he's sleeping, and so he can provide it later on. Okay, that's good. I just wanted to get that into the room. So to stay the core, obviously it's a year of sports, right? And there's a lot of things coming, and I think that is it's very helpful. I expect for Jovan and for staff to hear, we get it. This is a big deal. We don't want to lose the opportunity. So are there things that you need from staff to feel like you're where you are, there's progress on the infrastructure pieces, on the planning process? What do you need from staff to feel like, yes, we are humming in the right direction? Kelly.
So I'll say to our city manager and city attorney, I think that one thing that we really need to push back on for Santa Clara recognition, and some of this comes from a history of bad blood, but I want our name out there more. We had a meeting at the League of California Cities where they talked about every city by name, And then any mention that Santa Clara would have been, it was just Levi's Stadium. So I think actively people don't want to talk about us right now. And so I think that it's our responsibility. When I say ours, I mean your responsibility to fight back against those things and really start having the name recognition that we deserve and getting ourselves out there. We are going to front the burden of it, but I think we can get a lot of recognition. But there's going to have to be, I think, a hard push for that right now because we're not loved in that respect. So your job.
Elevate Santa Clara. Get the positivity out there. Yeah.
So I think for the bond measure implementation, I'm looking for staff to give us a detailed plan on what's transpiring, what we can expect, and realistic timelines on what it takes because it's a long process. In terms of Super Bowl and planning for World Cup, I'd like to see from staff a very transparent, open, and accessible plan, especially financial plan, so that our community knows exactly what we're spending, what the stadium authority is spending, what we may be making from these events, and that it's open and transparent and honest.
I think in making certain that we see that, I think it's more important also that our residents see it, that there be these things about the bond measure and where we're at in our plans and where we're at with these major events, that it be on the city website.
Okay. Website. Get people connected, get them knowledgeable. Anything else? Things you need from staff? Yep.
Yeah, so everything hinges, anything we want to do requires money. And so the fiscal sustainability project needs to go deep, needs to look at retirement benefits, our salary costs, our efficiencies, everything to figure out how we can not have 10 years with deficits.
Perfect. All right. Anybody else? Things that you need from staff to maintain focus and feel connected to the work that's moving forward?
What would you say to the staff, if they need help or anything, that they talk to the city manager and say, hey, give them a lifeline. But there's, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The school district, Santa Clara Unified, has had a bond project, a bond office in place since '94. If they need assistance with, hey, how do you issue bonds? And I'm sure we know how to do that, but that definitely, collaborate and work with some of the entities who are definitely doing things here in the city, and a lot of that overlap that we have, just making sure that we can just do more. Sometimes I don't want to say do more with less, but do more by learning from others as well.
Okay. Building those relationships too. Yeah, okay. Anything else to add? Jovan, I ask you the same question on behalf of everybody else. What do you need from council?
Sure. Had a few minutes to think about it. We need a little bit more of today. Today has been a little amazing. We haven't really talked a lot about specific policies, but we've had a lot of policy discussion. And I think one of the council members said, when we disagree, we can disagree without being disagreeable. And I think last year's policy setting process, there was unanimous support for 80% of the 43 items. And even today, through the interviews you had prior and through the conversations today, there's alignment on 80 to 90%. And so it's just great to be a part of that and to see that. And then I also think what does staff need, been really present today, value and trust, right? Really value the professionalism of staff. And in part what I mean by that is we know that every recommendation staff makes, council's not going to accept. That's part of the process, and we really recognize that as elected officials, you frankly have a greater pulse on what this community needs than what we do. And so we're here to provide some professionalism, some analytical work, and some recommendations. And then the trust comes in is when you make a decision, trust that we're going to implement it. trust that we have your collective best interests and the community's collective best interests at heart. And I know our staff works tremendously hard and puts in a lot of hours to support this community. And this community has gone through some really trying times internally, organizationally, in the public press. And the dedication that I see, and I get the opportunity to lead this amazing group of people, it's just remarkable. They really care deeply about public service, and they do it for the love of improving community and supporting the collective direction of the council.
Okay, nice. All right, wow. Any other thoughts, comments? I don't want to, that's a nice one to land on. That's pretty nice. Ben, did you want to add anything too? You did? Okay, look at that.
Glenn, you're here.
Yay! You heard the paging down the hall.
Glenn is no longer with us.
Oh, you heard that, did you?
Other than the appropriate respect for Law Day, which is coming up on April 29th.
Oh, that's been canceled. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I put that up there somewhere. I'll figure out the thriving community, maybe, respect for the law. No, I might mirror just a couple things city manager said. I mean, you all working together the way you're working together today, and in the room when things are hard, really helps us a lot and helps keeps, staff morale, up. In all the things, as Javon pointed out, we really love doing, and are committed to doing at a high level. And I think it's also mentioned, just we know you ultimately will decide things, and you should decide things, but fair consideration for staff's professional recommendation, in regard for the work, that went into, what we brought before you, and fair pointing out of when we've not lived up to what your expectations are and what you need in order to make decisions. That's welcome and understood, as well, but certainly fair consideration for the work that's being done. And then this whole exercise, right, is focused on developing an appreciation of how much work is done just as a matter of what we need to do day to day and the volume and the complexity of that. And we understand that we have to do all that. And then there's a whole other, lot of things that we need to do that are above the line, right? The really kind of important major things that you want to get done that make, Santa Clara really special, and the high profile things. And you focusing in on that so that that's not unlimited because we only have so much bandwidth is super helpful. So I think I'm just repeating other things that other people have said, but lastly, of course, because I'm the lawyer, obviously, not only respect for Law Day, but respect for the necessary, frequently frustrating limits to your legal discretion on things. I'd love for you to be able to do everything that you might imagine to do, but this group's really good, I think, and we need to make sure, we've explained that to you and to the public as to what you can and can't do. But this group's, in my experience so far with my couple years here, is good about that. Just getting that, we can't always do those things, and we're going to try to figure out paths, to accomplish everything that you want to, but recognition that there may be limits and timelines, and process that we need to go through to get all this done. So I appreciate this discussion and the spirit of that's been communicated around all of this.
All right, so maybe just to recap our next steps, and then Javon, you might want to make a couple comments. We'll do kind of one wrap-up activity, then we have one more time for public comment before we close out. So as I mentioned, and unfortunately Julie wasn't feeling well, and so she had to leave. She hung in there as long as she could. So we have the vast majority of her work here. We'll just have, but Polly did give it a go, right? To capture that. So we will be preparing our workshop report, which will summarize all of the conversations and the outcomes of today, so that you don't lose that. It'll come back through your city manager, who then will translate that into the work plan and budget preparation, informed by all your conversations. Javon, anything you would add on?
No, just a commitment that will come back in short order for you to formally recognize and adopt what we transcribed on the screen. And then a commitment that we will provide 6-month updates on where we are with your, what we're calling council referrals and your priorities. Thank you.
And that'll give, go ahead.
Yeah, and there are a couple other things that we talked about that will come back on your regular business calendar, a formal decision on the location for the Rainbow Crosswalk, incorporating a number of the things we talked about today in the budget process, as well as the Measure I bond process and implementation schedule, and downtown, as well as the International Swim Center, which happens to be on your next meeting on Tuesday.
Great. Okay. We've already done that. We're coming back to that. So let's just close out with a quick idealized headline. What's the headline you want to read that describes today's work, what you did today? And so each of you can, a quick headline that you'd like to read online in the paper. Go ahead.
Council is in agreement.
Short and sweet.
Are you sure?
Is that that's the quote off to the side?
That's the subtitle, I guess.
Oh boy, oh boy. Back to square one. Here we go. Council is agreement. Okay. Another headline you'd like to read. Yes, and before 4, just for the record, before 4 even.
Meeting ended before midnight.
Okay, the meeting ended before midnight.
It's not over yet.
Okay, take the floor, Kevin, shall you? Oh, no, okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Realistic and doable goals achieved.
Nice, okay. Other headlines? Get those creative juices flowing. Waiting for 3 more headlines. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Or we can move on.
I'm happy to move on.
Moving right along, huh?
You can do this, you guys. This is not too hard. Quick headline. Albert, you can do it. Just off the top.
I'm just thinking about, the center of what's possible, right? I think that sometimes we look at what we have. Okay, we only have $400 million in facilities fund. But I think that the center of what's possible, it's like, what else do we got to do? And how are we going to, let's not worry about how it's going to happen as far as, okay, whether it's, what else are we going to do for the city's community here? So just the center of what's possible, I think that's where we have to always keep looking to see how we can get our city to thrive, right? And that's what we want to do, high quality, thrive with as far as the opportunities that exist here, not only to live here, to grow here, but to definitely just thrive here in the city of Santa Clara.
Council recognizes the importance of helping community to thrive.
I'm going to make it shorter.
Okay.
Onward and upward.
Okay, there we go. Kelly, you got one? Good.
Seamless collaboration is Santa Clara council and staff zone in on the heart of their priorities.
Ooh. And see, you got to throw in Santa Clara in there so that it gets into the news, right? The happy news of Santa Clara. That's right. Kevin, do you have one for us? Before Suds runs out the door?
Park has no comment.
What's that?
Park has no comment.
That's the headline. Okay. All right. Excellent. All right. So we have one more opportunity for public comment, and then we will be adjourning.
Thank you. City Clerk, we have public comment. You can call the first commenter.
Just a moment, Mayor. We have Elaine Lee. Followed by Linda.
Mayor Gilmore and city council members. I have
Elaine, can you speak in the microphone? Thank
Sure,
you.
sorry about that. Mayor Gilmore and city council members, I have a comment about reach codes. At the city council meeting on January 14th, the city council passed a motion to suspend a requirement for all electric building construction for legal reasons. And accordingly, the city council also passed a motion directing staff to look into alternate ways to strengthen the city's reach code. We need to find other ways to meet our greenhouse gas emissions goals if we can't require all electric building construction. Now, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District approved rules requiring zero emissions of nitrogen oxides, or NOx, which is released when burning gas and is about 300 times the global warming potential as carbon dioxide. But those rules are being phased in and don't even start until 2027, and they apply only to furnaces and water heaters. So we need our own code to cover gas appliances more broadly and starting as soon as possible. So this is important not only to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to reduce a source or eliminate a source of indoor air pollution. NOx is unhealthy, especially for young children. Many people aren't aware of how toxic so-called natural gas it actually is when you burn it. Finally, I recommend that in considering zero NOx or other requirements, the REACH code should be crafted to avoid loopholes and unintended negative consequences. And they should also be developed keeping in mind potential environmental justice and equity impacts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda?
So, as a recommendation for the Levi Stadium area that is supposed to have be an entertainment center area, what I would suggest is vet and have more pop-up trucks, food trucks for that area, where you would have the entertainment later so that people get used to going to that area.
Thank you, Linda.
We have Edward Strine online.
Yeah, I know that it'll probably be about 10 years before we can benefit from the related project. So I'm hoping maybe by the end of the year, they'll at least have the groundbreaking for the manufacturing. And that will give us hope that, yeah, in the future, maybe in 10 years, we'll be able to make money for the city from, the retail entertainment area just across from Levi Stadium. I don't know if we're going to make any money from the Super Bowl or FIFA coming up here in another year or two, but I'm hoping by the end of the year, maybe at least we'll get some from related that will bring us hope for the future. I want to say, I think I had heard that the mayor and council cannot talk about the 5G hazards. I don't know why that is. Cancer rates have skyrocketed, and I believe it's from the forced vaccines and the 5G. The honeybee population also is diminishing by the millions from what I've just recently read, and that's a big portion of our food supply. So we got to do something about that to bring back our pollinators so we could have food for the future for our children and grandchildren. And I think also what the last caller had mentioned, maybe some catering trucks maybe could be parked inside that related construction area, maybe as long as it's safe during the Super Bowl and FIFA. Maybe we make some money from that. I know it's kind of like secondhand. It's not actual retail restaurants, but maybe get something out of it. Yeah, that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Ondrzak.
Hi, I just real quickie. I saw the last bit on Happy News, and what I want to see is the press is covering our efforts, your efforts to return the downtown. Every positive step that has been taken from passing the precise plan, the form-based code, all of it. We've got the 3 major stations coming in and covering us. And I think that's going to continue. And if the courthouse, if that moves, that's going to be a huge press, step forward. And I think real positive news for Santa Clara. So I want to say that. And then, as Richard, I think Richard was the last caller, said, Related's 5 or 10 years away. And again, we welcome Related. We want multiple destination points. Our group does. but it's years away, and the downtown plan is ready now. So again, we appreciate everything everybody's done, but I'd really like to see this move up. The goal was, I think, 25th and 24. We want to see it moved up to the top 10 at least, as far as focus. And judging on the last couple of months, we're starting to see that activity, with Jovan and Rena and team. So we appreciate that. But you want to get into happy news, start focusing again on that downtown, and I think you'll get there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Donna West.
Hi, this is Donna. I want to say thank you for Linda for speaking up. We can focus on pop-up events around Franklin Square, the old parking lot by the Commerce Building, and even history walks down Franklin Street. Let's focus on Santa Clara. We need that downtown back to capture that future revenue and TOT from events like this during regular weekends all the time, and we can help you with the identification. I'm also fork related, but we need multiple destination points. Don't let this one drag on. This can be, unveil that story of history, but let it go and show what we're working on as a community vision. And you are the positive council to go forward. We need to say that. You all are the positive council. And the downtown Santa Clara plan is ready. Let's get it built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Wanda Buck.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have some media citizen input, Mayor and Council. The Santa Clara City Council priority setting meeting united members in a positive, ethical, professional, caring manner to show once again Santa Clara is a city of what's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all your speakers, Mayor.
All right, is that it for the speakers for today? Okay, one more. Come forward, please.
Hello, everyone.
You can pull it up, yeah.
Okay, that's better. I'd really love points of destination around the city where there's entertainment, and really, right now, we don't have any place that attracts people. And I would like to see more entertainment pop-up events in the city. I also would like to see we go further with walkable, bikeable areas. I just got back from Amsterdam and Paris, and it's amazing to see how few areas will attract people. And I'd like to see something like that here. Obviously, related, obviously, if we could get the courthouse downtown and get that piece available to development, it would make a lot happen in the city. So we would have more activities and events within the city that attract people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Isn't staff? No one else. There we go. Okay. Thank you to all the public members that spoke today. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your input. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for what you've done. I think you did a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. To your team, Holly, as well.
Mayor, can can I just thank staff? I want to thank Maria Lay in the Mayor and Council office, Chief Operating Officer Nadine Nader, as well as our library staff, John, Bruce, and the circulation team that really worked overtime to set us up and to house us today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Amy and the Mayor and Council staff as well. Just thank you all for everything you did to prepare for today.
Yes, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, thank you. What are we going to do with all our spare time now? I don't know. What are we going to do? Thank you so much. Thanks.
Let's check and see if he's got any.
Please take food.